All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another week of Aegis Champions League. I'm your host, Mashup Maloney, joined by the lovely Protroid. How are you doing today?
I'm so much better that you refer to me as lovely. That's so much nicer than what I usually hear when I'm working with Counterfeit or CLE. So I will take as many of these compliments as I possibly can, and I am so excited to be back here for the ACL. There's just generally such a high level of play here, and we got a pretty stacked lobby that we're going to be going to for Block 1. It's very nice to see.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely unreal. We got a lot of playoff contenders from the ACL last year at set 7.5. We got Keens, we got Arrow 1v9, the ACL champion from last set. I'm really excited to see how everybody's going to do. But most importantly, let's go to the fun part here. The predictions for this week in week 2 ACL here. We got everything updated now, and Lawrence now, kind of still trailing behind once again, but he's got KPK 618 up at first. He's got Mad King's Sevic second, of course Scipius at third, Keens fourth, and then with the staff pick they predicted Scipius once again on top, Sevic on second, Keens third, and Arrow 1v9 as number 4, and of course the casters 18 points on top of the pile right now. Arrow 1v9, the champion of ACL from last set, taken first. Keens, the second place. Chandler, pretty solid player with third place. And of course, Scipius rounding out fourth. And of course, the community, if you're ever interested to join us, just hop on the Discord, go on the Google Forms chat, and you can join in too. We got Scipius first, Arrow 1v9 second, Keens third, and KPK 618 rounding out fourth. And just a quick disclaimer, of course, this is about the average of 2 games that we're going to see on stream.
Yeah, and nothing really too surprising. I think looking at this information, casters obviously have this knowledge diff that we're going in with, so naturally we are just built different in a way that allows us to lead the likes of Lawrence by 6 points. I think that's just fairly safe to see. Also, really interesting to me because I think this is also an average of a few of our different casters' opinions. I remember putting Skip a little bit higher, I feel like, than some of our other colleagues have so far this week, just because I personally, big fan of Skip. I've seen them do a lot of fantastic things, for example, during the Monster Party at the kickoff for EMEA. And just generally, I think they're a very strong player, and it's a good complement and good dynamic to what we've seen for Arrow 1v9, which, to be fair, I do agree with this leaderboard. I do think Arrow 1v9 is my personal favorite for the lobby today. But I'm just saying, I'd shuffle around the other 3 players, I feel, just a tiny little bit.
Yeah, I believe there might be a little bit of a recency bias. I believe poor Scipius did not make top 4 last week in ACL when everybody and their relatives put him on top at first. So maybe they're just being a little bit reluctant, but of course I myself put Scipius around number 4, number 3. I know that he has what it takes to get to top 4, but I don't know if he's going to be able to knock off Arrow 1v9 to that number 1 spot.
Let me tell you, I am a gambling man. And one thing that I've learned is that you don't walk away when something is starting to go a little bit wrong. You double down as much as you can. And that's what I'm going to do with Scipius here. I personally see them in that 2 to 3 as opposed to the 4. So a little bit higher. So now I guess we get to see which of us has a bit of our own prediction going on here as well. Other than that, though, again, fantastic players sort of all around in this lobby, too. Like, say, for example, a person to point out here is Sevic, who Lawrence has put, I believe, the highest for any of the different predictions that we have here. Very strong player overall as well. Curious to see if they're going to act as a bit of a spoiler coming in for the entirety of this lobby.
Yeah, I've kind of noticed a few matches of Sevic. I believe he also played last week. Kind of had a bit of a hard time there last week, if I remember correctly. But of course, this is not the end. This is only week 2. I could definitely see Sevic, turn things around. And of course, we only see 2 games, but there are 4 games that every player plays, and which gives them enough points to get them into the playoffs. So, we are just a little heads up. We are waiting on one more person. I do want to let you guys know, if you do need one more person, let me in. You best believe I can commentate and play almost at the same time. Funny enough, I don't know if you watched this yesterday, Protroid, but the Shy Guy opted. One of the other players, I believe, wasn't able to make it. Shy Guy opted to play, but they sent the lobby before Shy Guy had a chance to join it, so they just had a random person in. So for AML, which is
always very fun when a rando Calrissian just hops right into the lobby and they go, "Oh God, everyone's saying GLHF and good luck in tournament to each other. I'm in danger." That's always such an interesting dynamic to sort of see how this chill normals lobby has now completely evolved into something more horrifying.
Yeah, imagine you get home from work, you grab a cup of coffee just because you want to stay up all night playing TFT. You hop on your phone, you go in a normal match, you get a match quickly, and then you look at it and you're just like, what are all these players doing? And then you get outpaced, out econ, out everything, out tryharded, and you're out before Wolves at 8th place, and you're like, what the heck is going on? This is not fair. I'm trying to do my best to save my expletives here because it's just something really crazy to wind up in. But that's just how it is. Both randos unfortunately got 8th, but it also didn't disturb the balance.
It is how it goes. But also, again, these tournaments in any stripe, any variety, are fantastic ways to learn how to play better, how to play a little bit higher than maybe you would normally in solo queue, and also in a more competitive environment where we see these steps between. I think the colloquial example that we've sort of seen talked about is going from a pickup basketball game to a local league to maybe, if you're absolutely crazy like some of our players, going into the Defender Cup. Admittedly, unfortunately, KPK did get day one, which is very unfortunate. The bigger leagues over and over. So you are able to keep playing up, learning more, and building on that experience so that way you can start punching higher and higher and higher. And that's just generally a really exciting thing about these tournaments that we get to commentate.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually played in a Fortune's Favor tournament. Shout outs to Aegis Esports there. I was able to make it to top 8 winner side, which was really cool. But I ran into Ramen Blitz, Tarzan, 416,
That sounds scary.
Yeah, I got 2 clean 7th places, got 8th because of that, 4 points, but I was able to get through from 16 to top 8, so we'll take it. But as we proceed to give you what you need, we are going to be loading into game 1 right now. Thank you so much for waiting, everybody. Is there anything else you want to say, ProTroid, before we load in?
Just that Fortune Favor is incredibly fun. It's just basically TFT, but I'm going to throw as much stuff at you as possible.
Oh, yeah.
I really want to see more tournament content before it goes away on Fortune's Favor. But for now, we got so much action to talk about in this actual game, and I am honestly expecting the load to go a little bit smoother or a little bit quicker, so that way when I was done with this sentence, we'd be able to move into it immediately. But now the sentence is pretty much over and I'm stretching it out, and yet we're not transitioning. We're staying here, and there we go. What do you know? First try, never didn't have it. Here we go. First game of the day.
My man, 100 grand. Arrow 1v9 is the POV that we are looking into right off the bat. Of course, he was fellow Rengar enthusiast from set 7.5. He did also show us that he was more than just a one-trick, unlike me, unfortunately, and was able to provide a variety of boards to get himself the big dub at ACL. So I'm really excited to see what his game plan is for this set. I haven't seen anything about him until now, so I'm really curious to see what he'll go for besides aces, so here we are. So go right ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm sure we will have plenty of time to talk about aces into the future. Also curious to see how they're going to play this early game frontline, because again, there is a lot of interesting compositions that can kind of come through just based on some of these early drops. You are going to be wanting to prioritize more of these early pairs, as they are going to be doing. It's just going to be a matter of how they're going to shape things up.
Oh, absolutely. So, the usual, I say it before and I'll say it again, stages 1 and 2 are kind of not too exciting, but are some of the most important stages of the game. Basically, Arrow 1v9 is looking for certain amounts of pairs to provide him the strongest board possible. He does have a Fiora, he does have a Camille, he does have choices. He has a potential Infinity Edge that he could slam if he wanted to. It's a really good Camille item. Camille's kind of fallen out a little bit, especially with the nerfs and to Renegade, but I still feel like she is a very solid pick to revolve around.
She is a solid pick. The one thing I'd be concerned about is that Infinity Edge is still a bit of a pointy item. It is going to be pushing you more towards the AD tree of things. Granted, it is now mostly more in line with Jewel Gauntlet. You can use them interchangeably just to get the spell crit no matter what you do. But at the end of the day, still something I'd be a little bit mindful of and want to hold off slamming just a little while longer. Switching over to Chandler's perspective now as we get our first augments of the day, and oh boy, they're prismatic.
Yep, Lucky Gloves, which gives you optimized Thieves Gloves and 2 Sparring Gloves to get your first. But I like the pick there. Woodland Charm gives you another truck on the front lines. It gives you some more presence there on the front line that you don't have to worry about. It's great for almost any comp. I am really happy for them. Earth's Grab Bag from KPK 618, and of course going to Keynes, the Wonder Boy from Canada himself, decides to re-roll because he wasn't satisfied. Goes for Preparation 3. I would have went for Golden Ticket, but that's just me. Still a good spot there for Keynes, able to develop his duelist or whatever he decides to go upon. That's a lot of AP and AD to build.
Oh boy, I feel incredibly dizzy. We just saw like 5 or so different augment picks, one after the other. Lots of important things to touch on there. Woodland Charm being the first one. I think of everything we saw, highest average placement, I'm pretty sure it's around like 4.3 or so in terms of what to expect. So generally, it could be very strong. It allows you to enable your front line with a lot less money sort of in the bank to get into the field. Very strong stuff. Meanwhile, at the same time, now focusing on Keynes, who has used their reroll in order to get the preparation, this is going to mean they're going to be more focused on a reroll composition just to try to maximize the highest use of those stacks, which is interesting to see because not something that has been as, I'm going to say, prominent in this patch so far. It can be a little bit tricky to run correctly. We did see some very interesting things in the Defender Cup yesterday, particularly the reroll Renegade build that, oh my goodness, I'm forgetting the player that ran it, but regardless of any of that, it can be very effective. So I'm very excited to see how Keynes is going to do this.
Absolutely. I don't remember the person either, but it all depends. You could go reroll Talon, go reroll Camille. You could honestly go both if you end up lucky enough to get both Talon early enough to save enough money to get Camille 3. Especially good with the hero augments there. As we go over to 1v9's board here, I really like the choice. Woodland Charm, as you said before, enables your front line to be even beefier a lot sooner as possible as they get a clean win against somebody who gets Luden's Echo, which is pretty much going to put you towards a potential like AP comp pretty much. Zoe's pretty good with it. Well, Hearts in general are also really good. Sona, obnoxious with that. So
yeah, anyone is able to have that blue buff compatibility absolutely loves the idea of adding in a Luden's Echo, as does, of course, anyone within the Star Guardian line who is trying to cast as much as possible anyway. So I'm really curious to see how that's going to be going. I am definitely terrified. I think Arrow is a little bit too, as you can see from the mouse sort of circling over it. That just general Woodland Charm frontline that has been built at this stage, but they got another strong one of their own.
Absolutely. I do understand why he's concerned. That's not only 2 Blitzcranks, but a Blitzcrank with a redemption. Of course, healing missing health and providing, I believe, splash damage resistance for a bit as well. So it's scary. He has no items slammed on the board now. He's probably going to potentially lose this win streak. I might be wrong, of course. I'm only just a commentator, but those Blitzcranks are, holding down the fort for such a long time, taking out the Wukong, leaving just the Kale. And of course, those bullets from LeBlanc just almost taking the Kale out, but yes, it's enough to take down Arrow's win streak.
Yeah, and there's just so much splash damage that Arrow was relying on. You got to remember, the Kale is actually doing that tiny little bit of splash in order to get a little bit more damage out there. That's being nullified, and well, not nullified, but very much so reduced by the things coming in from the redemption. All those things kind of work together in tandem, not to even mention the fact that you have managed to successfully run brawlers. That means that your Blitzcrank 2 is now going to have an even beefier health total, just because I feel like 2-star really is the baseline for the brawler bonus to start being very effective. And all in all, that just makes a very terrifying board indeed.
Absolutely. More HP means more problems for everybody else, especially in stages 2 and 3, where a lot of front lines and back lines do tend to struggle to get through that. 4 brawlers is still a great opener, but unfortunately has not so great mid game and not so great end game. Even with Jax, it's not the same anymore. I miss Jax.
I miss Jax too, but I feel a little bit weird saying that. I also feel like I'd be running out of town if I say it too loudly. The other thing I do want to focus on here is that Skip has actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is Battle Mage that they've picked up here at this instance.
Correcto Mundo, Battle Mage 3 giving, I believe, 25 armor and 25 ability power. That might be the gold variation, but still, it's still a really good option there. I am a little bit concerned with the Lulu, but at the same time, she's still being protected by a very solid mascot frontline. This could still be used as a solid Yumi reroll, composition there. But still struggling to get through the front line here, especially with the LeBlanc.
You say struggling, but it's doing a pretty dang good job getting through it, honestly. It's fine. I won't tell anyone. It's okay. But it is. Oh, that is so very close. It is a Lulu 2, so that means that you are going to get pretty good board power out of that just generally. So honestly, I don't really think you can feel disappointed in this stage. Yes, it's risky holding Lulu up to the second row because she could so get easily taken down by anything the frontliners are going. But at the same time, you're enabling her to hit the backline with her cast, which you just can't do if you backline her.
That is also true. Good point there. So, you do have to kind of weigh the risks, and, honestly, being covered by that much of a frontline, it doesn't seem too bad. And even at the very front to the very left leaning, it's hard for them to reach, especially in that positioning there against I actually can't read the person's name, but yes, with that positioning, nobody's going to be able to reach Lulu, and that's a clean win for Scipius.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, by the way, I believe that is Sebvik. It's a little bit blurry for me to see too, but I'm pretty sure that's who it is. Another thing that's important to point out about Scipius's placement is the fact that they are just generally shifting around their board before all these fights. They're recognizing the fact that they have, a limited pool of opponents to face, so they're trying to maximize that Lulu and keep her as safe as possible. This is exactly what I try doing, especially when you're playing something risky, like, I don't know, a second row Lulu.
Yeah, got me there, definitely. So Keen's, getting a few max stacks of preparation on the go. Looks like a potential Laser Corps angle. Does have Senna building in the backline, building on the bench. The preparation stacks, 6 Laser Corp being extremely good, and that carries you over to the mid game and the late game. And it's probably one of my favorite comps to watch, just seeing those drones just turn everybody into Swiss cheese. It's just hilarious to see.
Yeah. Admittedly, I am much more lukewarm on preparation this set than I think I have been in recent memory. And that's just because we have so many high damage numbers coming in early on. If you remember from previous casts I've done with Aegis, previous casts I've done with Tactician's Crown, just anywhere, I am very regularly on the record of saying, if you have maybe around 60 health around the wolf round, some alarm bells should be going off. You need to make some big changes soon. With the way that the health changes have gone, that's become a possibility around Krugs, and you can really enter into some very scary spirals. And in prismatic lobbies, where you are banking on something that is going to give you power at minimum 2 to 3 rounds down the line, as opposed to right now as things like Woodland Charm has been doing, that means you have Keens with 72 HP starting stage 3, and that's just terrifying to me.
Absolutely. My comfort zone personally is around, as long as you're above 70, it's okay. But because of how aggressive you can set up the board so early at stage 2, there's been numerous times where I've gone below that. And you just got to take a deep breath and just, do what you can to pretty much spend as much money as you can to stabilize that 3-2. Because when 3-2 comes around, everybody else is going to get some kind of power boost as well. So you got to kind of, do the absolute best you can to figure out and ask yourself, what can I build from what I got, and what am I going to do in order to stop the bleeding? And so he goes for
target dummies.
Yep.
That is
You go right ahead.
No, I was just going to say, that's a fantastic way to generally stop the bleeding. That gives you free, just as you can see, target dummies that are put on the field. They soak up gold. They soak up enemy fire. They're free, so you're not have to invest anything too crazy. I've seen incredibly weak boards be held up by the fact there's just a target dummy holding on, making sure they're A-okay. Another thing too, Chandler locking in the electrocharge on top of their already fairly scary Woodland Brawler frontline. This looks absolutely terrifying to me.
Oh yeah, there's I really like this awareness from Chandler, not really getting too much in terms of damage per se besides the LeBlanc, which is still a good choice, but I really do like the fact that the best offense is sometimes a really good defense. The brawlers with redemption and electroshock and doing more damage on the go. Sorry, the more damage that does throughout the rounds. So, which is a pretty solid, safe pick for a gold augment like Electrocharge.
Yeah, it's usually generally one of the safer augment options that you can pick, especially with these strong frontline options. It seems like Chandler is going a little bit deeper into brawlers as well, and now they have been 2 stars. They are becoming more and more of a real frontline. But honestly, Chandler sitting at Mr. 100, I think they just feel like they're in a good position no matter what.
Oh, absolutely. He doesn't really have to do too much right now. He's got a solid 2-star LeBlanc there. It does have a couple of components on the bench, but nothing really good to, slam right now. So, yeah, I do understand absolutely why he decides to go for leaving those on the bench as we head over to 3-3 right now. I'm curious to see if anybody's going to knock down oh, sorry, Chandler's LeBlanc, but we got a Kale in the backline with a recurve bow and an Infinity Edge, doing a little bit of swinging there, but nothing too much right now. But of course, I could be wrong. But the Blitzcranks are slowly but surely going to fall down. The Riven is already in the backline, but deleted there, and the Vi and the Blitzcrank still alive, swarming. I believe Arrow 1v9's LeBlanc, Kale, and as he takes a clean win there.
Just to say, welcome one and all to the Church of Redemption. We hold services once a week, and let me tell you, the whole point of it is just being able to have this reinvigorating, perhaps 12% of your health every couple of seconds reinvigorated. On top of that, too, the additional resistances that it provide are just so delightful as well. I really cannot stress how effective Redemption is, not just as an item in general, but also in these brawlers, or as I can imagine most of these players have been looking to and have been used to in their rank climbs, being on the mechs as well, as usually that becomes a set item in the late game.
200% true. It's an amazing item for big body characters that have a lot of HP to kind of throw around. And I really do like this. Vi 2, Blitzcrank 2, leveling up to 7. I like that. Being able to kind of throw things around here. We do have the gadget teams there. You don't really see that too much around at the end of stage 3, but if you can slot it in, slot it in.
I mean, I actually really like this move generally. Chandler is trying to preserve their win streak as much as possible. They have the option to move in gadget team, which grants you a free item, further board power. This is all just the name of the game of maintaining this win streak, of maintaining this gold advantage, and really trying to run away at this lobby before anyone's even able to get started.
Absolutely. We see that Gadgeteen Shojin putting in too much work here, surrounding the backline, the Redemption still hanging on, and that was more than enough here to take down that Built Different player. Built Different is also another augment that I haven't seen in forever in my ladder.
Yeah, I feel like it could be a little bit looked down upon this set just because, we have threats that are literally just, I exist to be a threat, so I cannot benefit from Built Different, and that can feel that tiny little bit awkward. But still, as you said, can be very effective, allows you to get that extra bonus attack speed. And we've even seen some variations of running non-breakpoints of Ace in order to make sure that they're also able to get those further benefits. So can be really interesting, not something you see too often. Arrow, though, is currently running fairly deep into what looks like is going to eventually become Samira. That is already a fully itemized Kale that I know that a Samira would eventually like to, steal all of those items from.
Absolutely. Definitely Arrow's known to pretty much go for the late game, and I really do like being Kale being used as as an item holder there, but unfortunately his front line is a little bit too flimsy as it gets run over by the Zoe and the Lulu, along with the Alistair and Jinx.
I mean, this is, well, what do I even have to say here? This is a blue buff Zoe. It has a Giant Slayer. On top of that, too, you also have, excuse me, oh my goodness, where'd that cough come from? You also have the Luden's Echo. All of those things combined are, kind of terrifying in the face of, but it's just going to run down,
Yeah, you definitely proved me wrong there. You're absolutely right. I completely forgot about the Ludens there. But here we are. The set is locked and loaded right now. It's only set 1, but still, of course, the sacrifice mechs give all their HP to set, providing them to be extremely tanky, even in stages 4 and 5 there. And, there's only one way to go but up. We do have a Ionic Spark already that he could put on. Another set there. He's going to use his HP right now. 55, a little bit low, but he could still be able to make it to 8 and probably further stabilize even further.
As you talked about, a little bit low, but still middle of the pack right now, which is, again, very, let's say, unheard of in previous sets, but pretty much right at home with where we are for Monsters Attack. If you also look a little bit towards the rest, again, things are a little bit blurry for me. I'm having a little bit of trouble viewing things properly, but I don't even think this is too far off of a lobby. I'm pretty sure all these players are within 10 HP of each other in this bottom of the pack matchup.
Fair enough. As we see the mech go live here, they're going up against the Ludens. Actually, no, there's not even the Luden Zoe. It's the Electro Zoe with Electroshock and Spear of Shoten, probably going to be used as an item holder for Misfortune and doing more than enough work to collapse on Arrow 1v9. That's a good way to get the party started there. And it also looked like they had an Anima Squad crown as well. Or was that a little bit hard to hear or read?
Okay, wait. I think we got to talk about some of the things that are going on here. Hero augments at this stage are always scary. This is when you start seeing some 5 costs come in. Also, we can start seeing, for example, regenerative shields on the set, which I think historically has not been the strongest, goes for the reroll, and I feel like this is now just that little bit weaker, honestly. We don't know what the weather is at this stage, unfortunately, so we can't really tell you how good exaggerated reporting is. The Zac is always going to be a pretty solid generic pickup, so I can't really fault too much there. But I think at this point, Arrow was really, really looking for that Samira, was not able to hit it.
So, unfortunately that they didn't get the Samira augment, but they did get a Samira on the board. So, that's better than nothing by the looks of it. And of course, I believe Supersize does benefit the other Woodland clone Zac.
Yep.
So you get 2 beefy boys. I don't know if you ever tried it before, but I want to try MechSpat Supersize Zac. That would be pretty funny to watch, not going to lie.
I mean, I imagine big health bar go burr kind of at this point. So I think that'd be pretty cool to see. There are so many really interesting Woodland Charm interaction-wise with that too, by the way, as, oh my goodness, that Soraka 2 just absolutely deleted the Samira coming on the backline. I'm a little bit hesitant to say that the Kale was a Kale 2 to a Samira 1 was an upgrade, which feels really weird to say because it's a 4 cost versus a 1 cost, but a 2-star really is the name of the game at times.
Absolutely. Speaking of 2 stars, KPK 618 clutches out a Misfortune 2 with a Renegade Spat and the Spear of Shojin, which is a really good pickup, along with the, I believe that's Eclipse Prime Leona, with the Oxforce Spat, giving her so much staying power and damage reduction for the whole team. 20 damage doesn't seem like too much, but against other teams like Zoe, it's going to really help out a lot when dealing with that tick damage.
Zoe especially, because as you said, the damage over time, excuse me again, I'm going to get some water after this, is going to be a really big buff. On top of that too, the fact that you're running Oxforce on your Lona means that she is definitely going to be able to get multiple casts off. See that actually for that fight. It's been absolutely insane going through here. Another thing I want to call out though is Skip, who is one of the players who I feel like has been starting to latch more and more onto the Belveth, which isn't a particularly popular champion, I would say, if you look at the leaderboards. It's usually, I think the way that Lemon Kiwi put it on the Defender Cup yesterday was that it is a discount Samira, which already feels like a slap in the face because they're both the same cost. But at the end of the day, Belveth can still be fairly effective. She is just going to start falling off, say, for example, around stage 5.
Yeah, and it's rather unfortunate for even a 2-star forecast to fall off around that stage, even with full items. I feel like sometimes it dashes into danger in a unfortunate timing. Yesterday, actually, I saw a really good itemized Belveth actually dash in straight to Skyline, straight into Mordekaiser's ult, and just get flattened right out the gate. So it's really unfortunate, especially if your Belveth is your main carry on the team. A solid choice for a secondary carry, but still, you don't want to put all your marbles onto that character for now.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, I mean, that's what frets do, though, right? Frets don't have the lot of crazy scaling that you see from other units, like, for example, the Samira with their traits and other factors like that. So they are just relying on those higher base stats. So I really do like Skip just again rolling, saying, "Hey, cool, 2-star Belveth," slotting it in, figure out maybe something else that it could be later on down the line. But for now, again, the real star of the show is going to be that Soraka.
Absolutely. Along with that Syndra, your more hearts means more HP AP building up. The skylines fall down, but nothing really happens right now. Probably the next building that falls down will be lethal. But right now, Galio holding on for dear life. Soraka trying to take down everybody else, but it's just Soraka against the world here. Gets overwhelmed, and Scipius goes down just a tiny bit more to 41 HP.
Yeah, and to be fair, this is like with the augment, I'm going to say maybe like 2.25 items Soraka at this stage right now. She is also in a much more dangerous and precarious situation just because she is going to be in the second row, is going to be able to, be hit with Yasuos that are throwing their tornadoes out much easier than if she was safer in the backline. I'm almost interested in saying that the Soraka should move to the backline at this point, just because I believe this is running the Syndra augment that grants your team bonus AP for the number of units that you have on your bench. So I think that should make up for things for Skip right now. But again, curious to see how they're going to be playing this positioning puzzle.
For sure, for sure. And, a rare sight to behold, an itemized Talia right now. You don't see too much Talias on the go. I didn't really see too much of Defender Cup, so I might have changed. They might have played a lot more, but wow, would you look at that? Before I could even explain myself, the Talia just runs over the backline and wins convincingly.
Well, I mean, to answer your question really quickly, no, there has not been a resurgence of Talia within the Defender Cup, at least as far as I can tell, looking for the games that were on live and looking for the stat sheets that folks like Boises have been putting out. However, one thing I can tell you pretty consistently about every lobby of TFT that I played since set 1 is that if you're able to find a track that no one is playing and you're able to play it and play it well, it doesn't necessarily matter how meta it is. You can really propel yourself to, if not a meat shot middle of the pack 3rd to 5th position, to something more towards the top of the leaderboard as everyone else is squabbling over who gets Samira.
Fair enough. That is true. There has been situations where I would play Camille and get her uncontested. So, especially in this set. So I do understand where you're coming from. And sometimes you just got to play lines that aren't as popular. That's why sometimes I really like playing B tier comps, simply because you're more likely to 3-star those characters and, get the ball rolling compared to contesting with everybody else.
I mean, hey, it's where it starts. Excuse me again. I really need that water. It does get really just exciting as you go through it. By the way, Viego, I think, is the carry that I would have been looking here for when you are running things like this frontline battle mage. But for now, though, I really do feel like Syndra is going to be the star of the show, pulling some of these threats in.
Absolutely. Of course, it does a little bit of a knock-up as well when you toss those units in. He's putting in the Urgot, too. What a clutch champion duplicator there. Big crab here. I'm really surprised that he didn't put the crab on the front line as well, because the crab would benefit from that AP there, giving him more chance to load up, to dredge up some more treasure chests, but he gets 2 already. Nothing really matters right now, especially even though you're at 26%, your team is just pushing the enemy back, and it doesn't look like the other person can do so much, as now another quick convincing win by Scipius be able to turn things around.
I mean, unless I'm miscalculating things, the fact that you're running the Syndra with the support aug means that you're going to be getting, I think, 54 bonus ability power. At this point, actually, oh boy, that's going to be, I think, 70 for the fact that you're running a full bench. That's pretty insane, and I feel like you don't really need to risk anything in that front line anymore, even with the Prismatic Aug.
That's true. I am just still slightly concerned about, Soraka being in the second compared to Urgot. But, at the same time, those Ooh, excuse me. Those starfalls are going to hit like a truck, and are going to do a lot of damage to the front line. So I guess he just wants much more damage as possible. He's going to feel more confident that the Srock is going to take out the enemies before they take her out. But as we go over to Arrow 1v9's board, we do see the sure shots on the go. Is that a Samira too? With Let's Whisper, no more KO, no more problems here. The mech set is doing a good job of just distracting everybody else, and that is that. It looks like somebody's already gone. Actually, no. Blink and you might miss. There's 3 people eliminated already.
Yeah, all in all, this was absolutely a very clean fight from Arrow. An amazing set itemization. I already talked about Redemption. I'd love to see that over perhaps maybe the Titans, but even then, that's still pretty best in slot, so I can't really complain. All in all, though, absolutely fantastic. Perfect at shutting down Misfortune as well with the Dragon's Claw. No notes. Excellently done.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff there to Arrow 1v9. He's got 2 goons right beside the set as well to soak up a lot of damage, and it's just really good. He turned a negative into a positive there. He really wanted that Samira hero augment, but chose for the supersize for the Zax, and it's paying out in dividends in ways that probably both of us didn't expect. But as we see right here now, going up against the Talia comp, Samira doing a really good job of just turning people into Swiss cheese, and he's just looking over at other people's boards because he's not concerned about losing right now. So clean win there. Another Talia is just looking at them funny, and that is a swift, clean win once again for Arrow 1v9.
Yeah, and just generally, let's really quickly try to unpack why this composition is doing well, and just generally what Samira wants as a champion. Samira wants as much stall as possible, so that way she is able to fire off freely in order to end as many champions as possible. Set is, at this point, the easiest way that you can do that. It's a huge health pool. You're able to effectively gain shields very regularly, which allows it to even prolong and give you more effective health over time. And then on top of that, too, you now have the ability to throw in a Zac, who's able to do the same thing with the fact that it's performing mitosis every time he dies, or at least the first time he dies. Excuse me, I don't want to go absolutely crazy and start postulating what a 5-cost Zac could look like in set 11, who knows. But regardless of any of that, there is so much stall in this lobby, on this board, for Arrow 1v9. They're able to reliably keep their Samira okay, and as a result, by the time that, say, for example, a Misfortune is able to maybe start attacking her, the rest of the team is already dead.
Absolutely there. Good analysis there. That's one of the reasons why I love playing this comp itself. But now I really do like the Zeeks on the Echo, which just goes up straight to the front line, so it doesn't provide too much, potential splash damage if somebody focuses the Echo here. Still doing an extremely good job of just stalling, but it brings the Samira closer to the Urgot here. But now Samira doesn't really care right now. She's got all the damage and the sustain on the world, but now it is getting a little bit scary because now the Urgot is focusing the Samira, takes her out. It's just the set. It's just him versus the world right now, and actually, Arrow goes down, and it is a 5th place for Arrow 1v9.
And that feels rough because at the surface, that doesn't feel like a 5th, right? I just went into a small little ramp, not a ramp, but still whatever, going into all the things that were successful for Arrow 1v9. Unfortunately, though, as much as they were able to hit a decent hero augment, they were able to combine that with their prismatic earlier to make sure they were stalling as much as possible. Unfortunately, going into that fight, they're positioning diff by the crab, as the crab is wont to do, and on top of that as well, they weren't able to really get enough damage down. I respect the role that Arrow did to try to make sure they got a better hero augment. I just feel like the miss was too much for them.
Yeah, it was absolutely unreal there. I definitely felt like that positioning from Urgot was just too good. It was able to drag the Samira closer to the 2-star Urgot in order to take it down easily. It was just way too vulnerable. Samira's not a recon, doesn't have any evasion whatsoever, so that undertow was a big deciding factor there.
Yeah, and again, I can't stress it enough. Positioning diff, positioning diff, positioning diff. As KPK, 63 gold. They're looking to level 9 pretty quickly in. Not quite sure what they're thinking about slotting in, though. I haven't seen what their admin is, so it's entirely possible they can try to go for something like a LeBlanc to try to get some other kind of bonus that I'm just not aware of. Anima Squad doesn't feel the best at this stage because because hooray, you're giving Misfortune an extra 10 ability power and AD, but you also like it for the health, and that's giving you effectively nothing right now. It might just end up being, let's put in a random 5 cost or just a threat unit to help keep things going. What do you think at this stage?
Whew, I do apologize. I was looking at the standings. We got Solidaris and Sebek 7th and 8th. We got Anos on 6th and Arrow 1v9 5th. Could you run that by me one more time?
Sure. What would you put in this situation
for
your level 9 board?
Honestly, another Viego sounds great. The cool thing about it is that they play off each other really well because they both target, no matter where they are, the same group of people, unless of course, somehow the other Viego kills. So they're going to be able to complement each other with resets extremely easily, along with the Misfortune to be able to, close things out or butter them up.
Sorry, I'm oohing a little bit there because KPK tried to move Misfortune at the last second to be same side as the enemy's Talia. Wasn't quite able to. She will be able to dodge the wall, but I'm not quite sure. I'm not liking this as much.
Yeah, no, this is a little bit concerning now. The funniest thing about it, Woodland Charm is on the Sona instead of a frontliner and clutches it out with what seems to be probably less than 3 HP. A magic pixel come back there by Misfortune. So that was good stuff to them as they go over to KPK's board with the too many drones on Senna, able to just cut through everybody right now. And Scipius is eliminated at 4th place.
Oh God, does this mean I was wrong from our initial prediction where we were saying, I think Skip is at least 2nd or 3rd? Oh God, I can't believe it. I feel like I have been thrown a pie in my face. Not that I would know anything like what that feels like. Keynes, though, very happy with the aircraft carrier Senna that they have been building at this stage. Also, a fairly strong front line. I haven't, actually off the top of my head, I'm not quite sure what the support hero augment is for the Mordekaiser, but even then, everything here on their board so far has been very effective.
I believe it's automatically shred and sunder at the beginning of the fight. I might be wrong, but
no, you are correct. It is immediately 20% on each.
Okay, nice. So yeah, it's not too shabby there. It's still solid. The other one is the carry augment is, I believe, the does more ability power. But as I'm about to explain, that Misfortune was invalidated and shot down quickly, like a rejection back in high school. It's just that's just how it is sometimes. The positioning.
How do you craft your words to hurt so much? Is my question now.
A lot of alone time and depression and rejection. That's
I understand that completely. Yeah.
No, it's just how it is. But yeah, go right ahead.
The other thing I was going to talk about a bit more seriously is the fact that the Renegade emblem was doing a lot of work on the Misfortune. We already talked about how had like 3 HP left, and as a result was able to completely sweep through because the 6 Renegade had gone down to 1 to give that bonus power. That was something that wasn't quite able to come through in this fight. Keynes versus Chandler, though, at this stage, now with the Talia 2, that's going to be pretty terrifying.
Absolutely. As we said before, sometimes you got to go down the path that you don't want to take, and Talia was completely uncontested. Gamma waves right through the Senna there, just turns into the Incredible Hulk and just takes Keynes out down to 12 HP with the greatest of ease there as we go over to the carousel. Nothing too crazy. Maybe a Giant Slayer, maybe a mascot emblem, Titan's Resolve. I had a feeling those were going to be picked up. A lot of players don't have any spare augments. I mean, spare components lying around.
Yeah, and for the record, really quickly though, Chandler is currently in 1st place and honestly has been winning a lot of these fights fairly convincingly. I think at this point they can feel pretty comfortable about the possibility of a top 2. So honestly, I can't even fault them too much there.
Yeah, but as we see here, look at this. 2 Mordekaisers on the bench. I don't know. Yes, that is now a 2-star Mordekaiser here. What a shop there at level 9. Of course, the higher level you are, the more chances that you get at rolling legendaries at the shop. So good pickup there by Keynes.
Really important thing to note, though, they did take out the Sivir. They put in the Samira. That means that Ace is currently offline. So you're not going to get that, I think, like at this point, 18% chance execute. Well, not 18% help remain execute. Regardless, that is going to be a little bit rough. I think the Giant Slayer could help with that, but it's going to be hard.
Absolutely. The Viegos are bouncing around right now, but it's not enough. That seems that, oh my goodness, the other Viego is still alive there and just trying to take him out, but no dice there. The 15% execute, could have been huge on that. But Keynes goes down at third place.
Yeah, and I feel like this also becomes the awkward thing about Mordekaiser, right? Where people, I think, routinely say that a itemless Mordekaiser feels bad. And I feel like the Giant Slayer was a good step in the right direction. I think also if you talk about best in slot Mordekaiser items, you're usually seeing some things that are a bit more spec'd into resistances, like the Ionic Spark, for example. But end of the day here, the combination of not having that itemization, the fact that you no longer have access to Ace, I feel like that was just too much for the Mordekaiser to bear.
Absolutely. And now, of course, with KBK's build, you got two Viego 2s here, all decently itemized as well. The Ionic Spark complements the other Viego as they're bouncing around like a kid in a trampoline park right now, shutting down almost the entire backline there, going back to the front. The Arbiter sign from that, and it's still not enough, but Chandler's almost there. Actually, KBK's almost there, just going into Urgot at round 6 right now. Next round wins at stage 7.
Chandler has to feel fairly weird about this. At the same time, though, they're walking away with a top 2 guaranteed at this point. That at least has to be a good silver lining. I think for them, they're just trying to see what these next stages are going to bring. If they're able to 2-star that Fiddlesticks, if they're able to find an additional legendary 2-star, those could all be very helpful steps.
Absolutely, and I do really like this 3-star Sona. You're having 2 Sonas, so that means 4 stuns across the board, 4 healing signals, just a lot of damage output around those Sonas as well. And we got the 2-star Syndra as well, and a potential blue buff on the Sona, most likely. This is a really good spot for Chandler right here, but still has to deal with those Viegos, and he decides not to buy the 2 Viegos to kind of stall him out, decides to focus on himself instead, does put the blue buff on the Sona, looking around possibly to try to move around. Gonna maybe just keep as is, a quick last minute switch. Let's see if that helps here.
I like the last minute switch. They were able to get the line onto the Misfortune. On top of that, too, you have a very good line for the Sona as well. She should be able to have good access to a stun potentially. However, look at the bulk coming down. It's not going to be enough.
Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Great positioning there and a good catch on the blue buff on the Sona, making a huge difference there. As it closes it out, Chandler GG takes first place on game 1 of ACL this weekend.
GG's go.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my goodness, sorry, my audio was going a little bit weird. Hopefully now it is better. Maybe the fact that you're laughing shows to me that it is, so I'm just going to keep talking and we can kind of move through there. So any way, shape, or form, Chandler was in a good position. They felt a little bit shaky coming off of that loss. They were able to reposition things so that we were to better use berries the Talia to target the Misfortune, not to use a Misfortune of their own. And just honestly, the god drop of the blue buff going onto your Sona that was already getting perfect itemization otherwise from the fact that you were amplifying the bonus damage that was coming in from, say, for example, your Syndra, which is granting you, I think at that point, like 63 additional ability power, which was absolutely insane. Yeah. All these things just worked together in perfect harmony. And the fact that the Misfortune was able to kill worked out great for Chandler.
Absolutely. I really like the positioning there. The Talia lining up with the Misfortune was a lot better for Talia because Misfortune has to blow through the whole front line first before she can even think about seeing Talia. And, of course, I can't get over it myself. The God blue buff drop. Best in slot Sona that late in the game at stage 7. You got to be really happy about that. The blue buff does wonders. It's unreal.
Yeah, that's one of those you go on. This is one of those games where afterwards you go to Mortdog's stream, just give him a quick little donation. You give a good sub for a year, like, hey, listen, thanks for the win there, buddy. I think I got it. So that was a very good drop at the last minute.
Absolutely. When those things kind of happen, I don't usually do that. I kind of just look at my phone funny and just ask myself, like, what kind of ceramic retribution am I going to be hit by, next game? But, Yeah, go right ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, I talk about how I've had these high highs, and then, for example, I think I once hit an underground free drop that was 2 Morellos and 2 Sunfires. So,
Yeah.
you take some, you lose some. The Mortdog giveth, the Mortdog taketh away.
away.
But he certainly giveth today for Chandler.
Absolutely. As we proceed now, we're probably, yes, we are going on a small 5-minute break, but don't go anywhere as game 2 of ACL coming at you right after this break.
Stick around.
Clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be
All right. Welcome back, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed guests. We are getting ready for game two right now for ACL. Of course, once again, I'm Maloney, and right beside me is, of course, Protroid. How are you feeling after that small break?
Feeling good after the small break. I got the water that I was talking about after the couple of coughs. The other thing, too, is that I was remembering, like, listen, I was talking a big game about Skip. I was saying I don't quite feel like they deserve the fourth that a lot of people put them in the analyst predictions. They got the fourth in game one. Yes, that throws a little bit of egg on my face, but at the same time, this is a best of two. That means that there is still plenty of TFT for them to play, and still a little bit of time for me to get redeemed.
Absolutely. As we go in again, right now, Lawrence is having KPK 618 at the top. They had a really good game. I believe they won. I can't believe I already rocking with short-term memory loss there. I know they did extremely well, so good stuff to them. Skippy at third, Sevic at second. Unfortunately, both Sevic and his teammate went holding hands 8th and 7th, but of course, there is another game to turn things around.
And really quickly, just so that way I can help that short-term memory loss, Chandler was the player that won KPK second place. Still, very solid showing, good presentation. I feel like if we want to talk about things that are a little bit unexpected, it's the fact that the caster hive mind was incorrect. Arrow ended up going out 5th, as we were talking about earlier on, which was such a huge surprise. We were talking about everything that was going strong and well for that composition. Just unfortunately, I feel like the little problems, not hitting the right augment, not finding the right hero, just were adding up.
Yeah, absolutely. Keen's getting a quick third place there. And of course, the community doing pretty well themselves. So, as we go back here, that really caught me off guard. Woodland Charm, Sona, best in slot to clutch out game one. I'll never forget it. I can't believe it myself with the complimenting to Leo with the static shiv. But as we're going into game two now, we're at Chandler's point of view here. This is pretty interesting. A lot of people going for Vest right out the gate, which was interesting to me. Nobody going for the glove at all.
That is interesting to me as well, just because Vest, well, don't get me wrong, incredibly versatile, right? It allows you to build into a lot of strong early game items. A lot of comps can use it no matter which tree you're going to be ending up going down later on. Same time, too, usually when you're trying to look at playing some of these ace compositions that we've been talking about, we talk about trying to prioritize some of the early items for them, right? For, say, for example, Misfortune, you want to make sure that you're able to build a Shojin or a Jeweled Gauntlet fairly early on into the game, preferably the Shojin. For the Samira, you want to be trying to find things like the Last Whisper. That's what the glove that you were talking about is for. To go for the armor usually shows a bit more of a conservative starting play, which I'm a big fan of personally because it gives you the most amount of flexibility down the line. But it hasn't been quite in line, I feel like, with what we've been expecting in a lot of this patch's meta.
Yeah, I do kind of respect the Vest start simply because you could build a solid item for Duelist with Locket. You are kind of forcing yourself to that part there, but you have Bramble Vest, you have Gargoyle Stoneplate, both extremely good set items to build, and of course the blue buff there potentially for Chandler going possibly a AP flex. That would be pretty good. That's really good for Zoe. Pretty funny on Aurelion Sol getting that instant cast right out the gate.
Yes, indeed. And by the way, we just got confirmation the weather today is sunny, or at least maybe for me locally it was at some point, but now it looks like some clouds have rolled in. But certainly in this game, at the very least, it is a bright and shiny day. That means that players are going to be getting shields when they finally hit that Janna, in a couple of rounds.
Absolutely. This is wild.
Oh, wait.
Once again.
Wait, sorry. More prismatics, more fun stuff to talk about.
Oh my goodness. Another potential Woodland Charm start for Chandler. That would be absolutely unreal, but the level up is just too good to pass right now. You do have the Nikos online there. You could possibly get 2 good 4 costs out the gate and then being able to close that out. As we go over to my GOAT, Arrow 1v9 here, item grab bag 2. This is unfortunate. Not satisfied with the first 3 choices. Goes for a reroll, and look what we got. Something to force, something completely random. He says, screw it. This is actually not bad there for Arrow 1v9, a potential Shojin to build, and the Spell Slinger, and the Jeweled Gauntlet there. So, there is a upside to this, and it shows just how flexible Arrow 1v9 can get.
Yeah, a few things to talk about in there. No, there's a lot to say. First and foremost, I'm not quite sure if I like the level up over the Woodland Charm. Woodland Charm, a bit more reliable. Level up does allow you to get the later game units that little bit sooner. We'll have to see how it's able to play effectively. However, going for Arrow, that hurts quite a bit, right? Use your reroll, you get augments that you don't really feel too great with. You end up with one of the sharper augments that you can hit. Same time, though, they were also able to tech into a beautifully early underground. They have great itemization for it as well because they have the early Sona. And just generally, I feel like they could be feeling pretty happy with that. Because who knows, maybe you didn't get the right prismatic augment. I totally get that. If you're able to read a little bit more, go a little bit deeper into the underground tree, break through those locks, you can start hitting some really good itemization options. I'm talking your Radiance, I'm talking your Orns, I'm talking your shadow items if you really piss off Mortdog, I suppose. But regardless of any of that, it does give you a few more opportunities, even though the meta right now is just to cash out at 2.
Absolutely. You know, I do love that analysis, and you hit it right out of the park there. It's a really good start, even though we might have not got what you wanted. Still, a really good, like, Spell Slinger opener with the Sona, with the Underground, is able to pretty much just get those built up extremely easily. Sometimes it doesn't seem as good if you don't get Underground on the go till stage 3, so good stuff to Arrow there. You know, looking back at it, though, there was, we were talking about a little bit of level up. This might be a hot take, but I actually enjoy getting level up to play a reroll comp, especially like a 2-cost comp, so you can get to level 6 as soon as possible, around just after Carousel you can get it. And then that gives you enough time to save up as much as money as possible so you can get that slow rolling in, so you can get that Camille 2-star there. But of course, it's just... Skippy wrote something. I don't know. Maybe I was supposed to roll. Who knows here? But I'm sure Skippy will be able to bounce back, especially with this nice starter here with the Prankster crown with the Laser Corpse. That's interesting. 2 Prankster, 3 Laser Corpse. You don't really see that as much, but of course this could be a really good Zed route.
I mean, that's personally why I love Crown so much, right? You get to see some pretty interesting takes, kind of, and just be able to get those emblems really enabled units in ways that you never really thought of them before. I think, other than that, though, I'm pretty surprised, actually, because I would be talking about how... Excuse me, that's not Arrow, I don't think, that we just saw. I believe that was Anox, who was running something that you'd think is a little bit more reliable in the form of the Radiant Relics, and just wasn't quite able to get things going. That should be where you expect the power to be this early on.
Absolutely. It was, I believe Enos had the Radiant Stone Plate, was it? Was that the Radiant item?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so definitely not too big on the go right now because it is healing on max health, so it's not going to do much in the early game. But you put that sucker on a set just by itself on the front line, you're not going to be able to kill that set not till probably the next game. So, you know, that's going to be a really good, interesting start there. Puts in another Renekton for the Laser Corps. Decent idea because it gives you more drones to shoot at people. But we see the cell here, and we're going to put that on a Vayne. That's interesting. I like this spot from Keen's, doing pretty well with last game, I believe, top 3. So, you know, looking to keep that rhythm up, keep that momentum going with that Sure Shot crown. You're going to have a really good 4 Sure Shot angle there with a potential mecha set or other strong frontline-like threats.
You know, I'm not trying to become the boy who cried Samira, but... I think we're looking at a Samira angle from Keats right now. The Sure Shot emblem that's coming in here at this juncture is going to allow them to potentially run 4 Sure Shots late, which Samira absolutely loves. On top of that, too, you have amazing itemization slams fairly early on. Arrow can't even begin to compete with that and hits a pretty nasty loss here. Same time, though, are also beginning to get some of those first little heist options, and they're going to say no way.
Absolutely. This is kind of interesting. He gets a Zed at level 5, but you know that has nothing to do, unfortunately, with the comp that he wants to run. There's no such thing as Spell Slinger Zed. Don't worry, it won't haunt you in your nightmares. It's just figuring out exactly if he wants to sell that for Econ. He gets the 20. So there's not too bad here. I really do like the situation that Arrow's doing where he did lose game 3, so he's going to look for a loss streak right now that does help his underground a fair bit.
Yeah, and I feel like this is just generally an awkward spot for Arrow to be in. Because you're running underground, you have that buy. That means you are further incentivized to go for brawlers. Unfortunately, though, it also means that you're going to be struggling a little bit because your brawlers still only 1-star. They're not getting the full benefit out of that trait like I was talking about in the last game. So you're going to be instanting a few swings awkwardly here and there, and that's unfortunately been the name of the game. If you look at Arrow's scoreline at the very top, 2 wins, 2 losses, and a win. No streak going into the Krug round.
No, there is no streak going, but he has an option if he wants to do the Mecha set and the Jax here. I would love to pick that up, but that has absolutely
so early.
It's so early and no place, but he is kind of debating it. He has 2 Wukongs on the bench right now. He does have a Jax on the shop and the set, but he's got to ask himself, like, what do I got to do in order to fit everything together? He could potentially level up to 6, lock the shop, and pretty much put that in and still keep the underground, but of course he would lose the Annie, lose the Blitzcrank, but still have brawlers with Jax. So yeah, go right ahead.
I'm not sure how I feel about that because, look, again, this would be a godsend if you're looking to run that Samira, right? Itemization here that we've already seen from Arrow right now. Disregard the left side of your screen that's talking to you about the synergy star slotted in. Itemization wise, this looks like a fully built Misfortune down the line. The thing that makes me more hesitant, though, is the fact that you have the Spellslinger emblem right now. That means you can easily move these items over to Talia later on, and I think that might be the angle that Arrow's going to be looking for. It'll be harder for them to properly hit because they've already used their reroll, which we cannot forget as we look at these future augment rounds, and also the fact that we are going to be looking at some players like who, I'm sorry, I can't quite say their name. I believe this is Anox once more, is already trying to go down that Star Guardian range.
Absolutely. I do love the items as well, especially on the Wukong, the Redemption, the Bramble Vest, the Gargoyle Stoneplate with a level 2-star Wukong, more than enough to put a big dent in Chandler's armor there, down to 51 HP already at 3-1. So that's a little bit tough to see as he is just looking over at everybody else's board. LeBlanc does a quick work of those 2 Zizerats, and as we go to our next set of augments, let's see what we got.
Ooh, these are the heroes, so this can be a pretty big difference maker for a lot of these players right now. Personally, here for me, for Chandler, I like Boxing Lessons. It's a good amount of HP. It fits into virtually any composition that you're going to be running into late game just because Vi is flexible.
Yep.
Evasion, interesting as well, though. What are you thinking here?
So, as you said, Boxing Lessons, extremely good. She is an Aegis as well, so she can complement a full Aegis frontline. So that's pretty good there. Evasion, extremely good for mech comps, simply because of the fact that giving a mecha set 2 seconds of physical attack and vulnerability is too hilarious to pass up, but it's just not in Chandler's cards right now. But I do love that Vi 2 there to help support the front line.
And I think this is a good time for me to talk about level up again, because you heard me early on talking about how I wasn't a big fan of this level up pickup, how I would have preferred to see the Woodland Charm. The 51 HP that you see on Chandler's board right now is why. Because when you are running things like level up, it means that you are able to get to these later levels faster. The trade-off that you're going to be making here is you're going to be losing a lot more health because you're saving up your econ to make those big level ups as quickly as you can. So you're going against players like Zevik, you're getting 4 damage and you're down to 40 HP at 3-3. This is absolutely insane to deal with.
Yeah, this is wild. It's pretty rough to see. You're looking at a 7-round loss streak there, but as we go over to, of course, Keynes now with the 3 sure shots, he has a disgusting augment, sometimes somewhat it was an underrated hero augment until Mech Set came to fruitions. Endless Pizza, giving you, I believe, 16 missing health back. It's like a mini redemption along with the cleanse. Extremely good for those sure shot and Mech Set comps, Mech anything comps as well.
If you want the exact number, it's 15. Very close, though. Not going to give you any kind of dings off. Still an A. Good job.
Thank you.
Generally, too, Endless Pizza I am pretty sure is the best hero augment and a unit that is under a 3 cost. Period. It has an average placement of 3.97. It works great with the set, as we were talking about, which also because of the fact that you're running set Samira all over the place, that also explains part of why it's gotten so high as of late. But just generally, it is absolutely amazing. B, you run it with set, B, you run it with mech, B, you run it with brawlers at the same time too, or mascots, anything that likes having as much healing and can utilize those high health regeneration to totals.
Absolutely. Extremely good augment, as you said. Probably the best under 3 cost augment, a hero augment there to pick up. It's definitely one that I got to look into more often for sure. Delivery tips, pretty fun too, but Endless Peace just gives you so much utility. Gives you so much, it gives you that miracle cleanse that your carries need the most. As we go over the Arrow 1v9s, decides to not go for that. Just one second here. Pardon me. Decides not to go for it. It was a Jeweled Gauntlet and a Titan's Resolve and something else. Nothing too crazy. Already have a Jeweled Gauntlet on the Sona. Not looking for anything else right now. It's going to be able to pretty much just go with the flow. It has a decent amount of HP, even though it's 6th place there. I believe that's in around the 50s. It's just a tad blurry. No big deal, but we'll catch them in just one sec.
Yeah, Chandler, by the way, 27 HP, KPK, 7th place, 59. Huge gap. Focusing to Arrow, though, we saw the zoom in of the camera on their part. I think they were thinking about just how many pairs they have at this stage. The fact that they're sitting on LeBlanc pair, Annie pair, Ezreal pair, as well as the Sona as well. They're losing out on a ton of damage just off of these unlucky rolls.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, Alistar pair too. Why not? Sure.
Absolutely. So he's at a weird spot. It might as well just say, screw it, I'll send it. But at level 6 right now, you don't really want to do that, especially, at level 6, you're kind of going to ruin your economy here. But another source of economy is your HP, and you can't roll anymore if your HP is at 0. So going over to Scipius's board now, frontlining a Zoe 2 with Pranksters, 3 Pranksters already. A strong spatula, strong crown, going to be able to get those dummies in to stun them with the sleepy time as well. This is a very annoying board.
My hotter take, I think, is that 3 Prankster is underrated. I feel like it is incredibly strong. The stun that you were provided allows you so much bonus utility just because of how easy it is to force an enemy to trigger it. It can get very crazy very fast.
Absolutely, and I agree there. A clean win for Scipius's team. It's just, honestly, you could get away with putting even 4 Pranksters in because that means even more target dummies to stun. I believe the stun is 1 second still. 1 second.
Something like that, yes.
Yeah, extremely. Yeah, go right ahead. This
isn't Scipius's board, but I need to call this out. Yesterday, when I was doing a co-stream for the Defender Cup, I was talking about how, I even said this earlier in this cast too, how you had these historical lows where players are trying to get a minimum of 60 HP by Wolves, or at least that's where the alarm bells would start ringing, right? I also talked about how I believe during Fates there was a player who would run Tristana reroll, would regularly go down to 40 HP around Wolves, and then look to turn things around because they're then able to freestar their unit because everyone's checking out. Chandler right now has 18 HP at stage 4-1. Yeah. This is absolutely terrifying. This can be, quote unquote, the end of the world. Which sounds very melodramatic the way I put it, but still, very seriously. Because at this point, stage 4-1, this is maybe 2 bad losses. They don't have too much to work with here. They need to switch everything around to not be playing Burst or 8th, but now just be trying to go for a top 6.
Absolutely here. We do have the the champion duplicator on deck. I don't know if he might have just missed out on it, but did a really good job of stabilizing his board at 18 HP, in my opinion. We got the Zac too. We got the Urgot on board for more gold and more econ and more items. We got a potential, thought about mecha set potentially, but does sell it off. Let's see what we got. I would click Axiomark right out the gate, even with the 2 Shojins. Gonna give a really good amount of burst damage for the Misfortune. Could also go for Ascension as well. Does need a little bit more damage. Misfortune isn't going to win fights right out the gate, especially this late in stage 4. So he decides to go for the Ascension instead. Is he going to use that champ duplicator? He has to right now. He's at 18 HP.
Okay, so I agree and I disagree with the usage of that champion duplicator.
Yeah.
I feel like you have such a low amount of health that you need to start rolling gold. I would roll for that gold, see if you're able to try to see if you can hit any other pairs, hit any other 2-stars. And then if you say, for example, are able to hit that second random crab, that second random scarecrow, and also already 2-star your Misfortune, then you can automatically get another high value 2-star unit. I feel like here, granted, Chandler is thinking a little bit further ahead. They're trying to find ways that they can play a little bit deeper into the game. I feel like, again, it might be too risky for them at this stage. They might just need to, unfortunately, play the hand that they've been dealt and try to make sure they can get out a little bit more. But Arrow also dipping very low, joining them at the 18 HP club. However, I also think the cash out intel, let's see what that's going to be.
Yeah, here we go. I believe this is stage 4, and he's going to have to cut and run a few components, a few anvils. Nothing too crazy. A full one, is that? Yep, a full one. Nothing too crazy to look at.
That feels kind of okay. Like, you now have an incredible amount of stall. You have 2 Warmogs, plus the potential of also going a Titan's Resolve. I think that's pretty good. Now, would I want this at 18 HP? No, I'd want something significantly more heavy in the firepower department, which I just don't feel like we've been managed to hit at this stage. So it hurts a bit. I feel like, though, there should be enough damage to at least hold things off that little bit longer, especially now you can safely start moving out these underground units.
Absolutely. Their unfortunate placement on the Soraka there gets deleted, but what's even more unfortunate is that he camped them all together in the corner, giving easy pickings for the Viego to slam dunk the whole backline there, only leaving Alistair, only leaving Lux there, surrounding everybody else here, and it's just one more dunk away, possibly 2, not even necessary. Arrow 1v9, my boy, in a perilous position right now.
And that, unfortunately, is just kind of how it goes when you are running the mirror image, right? Like, you need to have LeBlanc as close as possible so that way you are able to duplicate the unit. Both LeBlanc and Lasona are both ranged, so they're not going to be trying to move too much. And at the end of the day, you're going to have that cluster that a Viego just goes, and by the way, a 1-star Viego, might I add, just goes, hey, so I see you've all laid out for me. I'm just going to go for an execute really quickly. And that's what it was able to do. So all in all, that's unfortunately kind of the layout working as designed and just working against Arrow's intentions.
Yeah, absolutely unfortunate to look at. We do see the 2-star LeBlanc, but it might be a tad too little, too late here. But I do like the potential Sunny Day. Yeah, Sunny Day there, going to give Alistair, Annie, and Echo, along with herself, some really good shields there, because I believe it does scale off of their max health individually. I think it's like 15.
No, for the Sunny Day?
Yeah.
I think it's a flat value, actually. I believe.
Yes, you're right. Thank you. I think it's 400.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Thank you so much for that correction. But as we go in against the Sure Shot board, a Sure Shot Belveth showing up once again this time with the mecha set there. Unable to find Samira right now, so he's keeping with the Senna, but it's still doing an all right job there. The set is still staying alive here, but we have everybody else collapsing in, just focusing on the set, but Senna not doing too much to everybody else right now, completely missing the Lux here, and just gets deleted by the Thieves Gloves LeBlanc. Good win there, but it's just unfortunate spacing for that Senna.
Let me tell you right now, everywhere I look, I feel like I see Samira in some way, shape, or form, and I feel like that's just what's happening there when we are going again for just say, hey, what do you know, Belveth, you want a Sure Shot emblem? You feel like that'll help you? And that's just the way it kind of ended up, I feel like, at this stage. Here, though, things are still kind of going as we have previously talked about. Arrow is managing to hold on that little bit longer. Chandler has begun to win streak, so they are now themselves trying to turn things around. They just have less time to do so, and they don't have very few mistakes that they can make.
Absolutely. We see the not one, but two Anima Squad emblems. It looks like 7 Anima Squad there, but will it be enough here? The Viego's going to town on the Anima Squads there. The Alistair still staying alive, and he's just going in too strong here. No Jeweled Gauntlet necessary for that wash. I don't know who that is, the Anima Squad player there, but that was a bit of a tough loss, but still in it.
Yeah, Soldari. But the other thing I have to call out for that fight was the fact that you were able to move the LeBlanc into the backline immediately onto the Misfortune. As a result of that, being able to basically delete her before she's even able to get an effective ulti off. That was absolutely perfect for KPK.
Absolutely. Good awareness there. I really need to start doing that more often. I just want to play more LeBlanc for some odd reason. Just being able to go in the backline and just turn into a machine gun, just turning everybody in the backline to Swiss cheese, getting more bullets per kill. It's just super fun to see. It's definitely going to be on my radar next time I hop in a ladder for sure.
It's certainly a fun build. It can be very dependent on admin, which also, unfortunately, we do not know what that is, so that does make it a little bit hard for us to properly analyze. But still, LeBlanc is a very strong option for a carry if you are looking for a new champion to pick up.
Absolutely. Clutch is out on the Viego 2 right now. That was a Viego 1 running over the competition. Really excited to see. I really love his items, giving the healing to anybody in need. The Titan Resolve making him bulkier. And of course, the magic resistance shred on the Ionic Spark. And of course, a lot of people tend to forget if somebody casts near him, they do take damage. But it is a set with the Gargoyles Radiant item. This is going to be wild here with the Samira 2-star, with the Edge of Night, going to be able to shoot pretty much freely here. But as we see the Viego 2 dunking on the front line, everybody's collapsed on the set. It's too much to handle right now. That healing is extremely good, but it might be enough to take him out, but it's just so chaotic right now. The LeBlanc is about to be taken down, so is everybody else here, but he's still hanging on for dear life. Loses the set, 1 dunk, 1 kill, takes him out. KPK clutching that out.
Ooh. But in the corner, though, Arrow actually just went down to -4 HP, so they're going to be the first elimination in this stage. That is absolutely crazy to see. Other stuff to talk about in that previous fight, though. Very good itemization on the set. Pretty much exactly what you'd expect it to be. The one thing to point out, though, is the fact that was a more AD defensive set, going for the not the Bramble Vest, excuse me, the double armor, which for some reason the name's escaping me. But this is going, exactly. Unfortunately, though, you are running against a more magic damage heavy team. You're also going against a Zoe that's very good at amplifying the damage that those units are taking, and that's effectively strong against set.
Absolutely, as we see another set from Keens, of course, rocking the 4 sure shots. The sure shot Urgot giving more, more gold and more items for his team. Doing a good job taking down the Thieves' Glove Belveth. Zoe not giving much time to hide or run or do anything, as the set just does a good job of just being the roadblock that the sure shots need to take him down, but not enough right now. A lot of people in the single digits right now.
Yes, Skip just moved down there to 2 HP. On top of that there, everyone else fairly low. Solduri, 11. KPK, 15. Chandler, win streaking, but 18 health. This is a very contested bottom half of the lobby.
Absolutely. I'm really glad that Chandler was able to recover at 18 HP and just hasn't looked back yet. The next loss is going to be a nightmare for him, but we won't worry about that right now. What's more important is Scipius going off against the Anima Squad team right here. Sleepy Time taking out the backline just for a decent amount of time here, but the Sejuani ult catching the Zoe here. Only Zoe 2 right now, but we see a lot of carnage from the Misfortune ult. The Anima Squad is caving in with their vast amounts of HP from the stacks, and it's going to be possibly an elimination for Scipius right there. Unfortunate, goes down to 7th place potentially.
Yeah, on top of that too, Chandler also ate a pretty crazy loss, ending their win streak. I think that's going to be enough for them to stick on for a little bit longer, though. Switching to Keen's perspective, though, A was able to get a last-minute execute on Samira. That's pretty much exactly what you expect to see. Damage also resolves a little late for Chandler. They're not at 3 HP. They're down to 1. Not that it matters too much in the grand scheme of thing. Just, one of those horrifying things to sort of hear where you think you're done taking damage, and all of a sudden there's like one more pip from the TFT dev team just going, nah, you get a little bit more. Sorry, we messed up the calculation somewhere.
Oh, tell me about it. It's the worst to take. Sometimes you can't just help but laugh at it when you think you're going to survive into the carousel and then your screen turns gray. The sound is not what you want to hear. Takes a deep breath and you're gone. I'm just happy to see that didn't happen. But as we go back over to Keen's board, we got a 2-star mecha set, a decent amount of Omnivamp for the Urgot there. Aphelios, nothing too crazy. He's just there to provide, support with the Binding Eclipse. I believe he's running. Just scouting the boards right now just to see what they got. That's a 2-star Misfortune there with double Shojin and Ascension from Chandler's board. That's pretty solid.
I can see why they were enjoying a win streak for so long when we just quickly glanced over. That is a very beefy board. They were able to last a little bit longer to go into what really you can expect when you're trying to run things like the level up. Here, though, focusing on the Keens, I called myself the boy who cried Samira. There's no Samira in the sport at all. Weren't able to hit it, was too contested. They're trying to make do with a host of other options here, Urgot being the chief one. Lots of AD damage dealt as Solduri goes down.
Absolutely, there. It's just the Misfortune. Chandler did what he could, but is an unfortunate 6th place. Winning the first lobby and the stream lobby, and then going down to 6 is a little bit rough. But of course, there's always next week and the week after. So, just got to chalk it up to experience and go from there. But as we go over to KPK's board right now, rocking the Viego still, rocking the Urgot in the front line to try to get the tidal wave as soon as possible. And then we got the Alistair with, I believe, Smash, which gives him an AoE knockup. It hits behind, hits beside, hits in front. Absolutely ridiculous, along with the 15 mana regen.
Yeah, and really quickly to talk about Chandler that a little bit more, I feel like the 11 points they're going to be ending up on is an okay average. The fact they're able to win means they're able to have a bit of a rougher game in this game too. Still, obviously, not the thing that you really want to see here. You'd rather be folks like KPK and Keens facing each other off right now, who both top board in the previous round, are both guaranteed to top board this one. It's just now going to be a matter of who's going to top board up a little bit more gusto.
This is absolutely unreal. The LeBlanc took down the carry in the corner with the greatest of ease there, but struggling against the Sivir. Wow, he did all that and still just gets a 4th place for KPK as we go over to Keen's board. Top 3 times in a row is really good at going straight into Zach here. Gives him enough time to possibly get that Samira 2 online there. I definitely believe at 17 HP there, he could possibly get top 2 as well.
Yes, certainly Keens and Anox both feel fairly confident, I feel like, going into this. They have a lot more HP to work with than Sevik does, only at 7. So I feel like even though we're entering stage 6, unless they have like an atrocious loss, don't kill a single unit, they just die, I feel like they're good for another round. Well, Septic can't say that same thing.
Absolutely. It is nice to see one of the MK boys, the Mad King Esports guys, getting top 4 this time around. Unfortunately, they held hands last match, 7th and 8th, but to see Sebek getting top 3 is nice to see. Of course, we are potentially looking at trying to find just one more Samira, but finds a 2-star Aphelios instead.
That's pretty exciting.
That is, but a lot of people tend to believe that Aphelios is much better just off not having items on him and just more of a stun bot basically, but he decides to go for it anyways. But now what I want to know, is he going to be running multi-shot, or is he going to be running the machete one, whatever that was, the Chakra one?
It looked like there wasn't a time to change it down, so it's still the Gravitron, which I also disagree with. I think that's a ton of damage as it goes into the backline, but I would have liked to see the change. Now it's gone.
Yep, blink and you miss. The Aphelios was gone right out the gate in in 5 seconds, and it's all up to the set to try to clutch things out. But that's a Zoe too with a heart, and that's going to be it for that. Sebek hangs on for dear life here. That's going to be a 3rd place. No way. Saying it so Mad King with a win there. Seventh taking first place there. What a turnaround there for Sevic. Going seventh, and what a way to end it. We're back in this. That was fun. What a good way to clutch it out for Team Mad King.
That was a double kill.
Yep.
That was 2 players getting eliminated to 0 HP. On top of that, too, those were 2 players I was like, I think they're probably going to be safe getting eliminated too. So, what do you know? Looking through all those numbers at the end of the day, I was unfortunately a little bit on the incorrect side. That was absolutely incredible to end this game.
Absolutely. You know, the higher ups at MK Esports are definitely going vamonos as one of their boys takes first place there, you know, as a South American esports group there. So good stuff to Sebeth taking first place, but good stuff to Keens as well. Wonder Boy Keens getting third place 2 times in a row. That's got to say that feels good. That's 16 points right there. I don't know how they did in the rest of their games, but it's definitely something good to look at there. I believe they still have 2 games to go, but they won't be streamed.
Yeah, and just generally, like, I feel like Sevic has to feel good about that. They had a pretty rough game 1 at 7, but we're able to turn things around, move things forward, and that just generally is a pretty good spirit lifter as you're going to be approaching your games later on today. The other thing, though, is that even then, their scoreline wasn't the best. They're actually still behind Chandler if you look at overall in this group, just because Chandler got, as you saw, an 8 and a 6 instead of an 8 and a first and a 6 instead of a first and a 7th. So it's 11 points versus 10 at the end of the day. But still, you're looking at players like, for example, KPK, like Keens, both of them end the day with 12 points each because of those consistent top 4s they were able to put out. That's absolutely incredible.
Absolutely. As we are going to head over to the results from our predictions here, it's I don't know if it's going to be pretty for us, but right now, Lawrence there, KPK, Sevic, Scipius, and Keens right now, you know, they're not updated, but I believe he did a decent job in predicting some of them. Keens 4th place, just 1 away from getting that correct amount there. So good stuff to Lawrence there. But the staff with Scipius, Sevic, Keens, and Arrow 1v9, it's kind of rough to see your boy Arrow 1v9. Go right ahead.
Quickly, did I cast or curse the casters just kind of going through all this? Because I'm like, oh, you know, we're all great. We have all this great analysis. We know what we're doing. Arrow doesn't do as hot as we were expecting. Skip doesn't do as hot as we were expecting. Oh my goodness, I feel mortified.
Yep. Unfortunately, I kind of wanted, you know, everybody else to do well here, but unfortunately, it was only Keens that made it on the casters list there. But for the staff here, yeah, Scipius, Sevic, Keens, and Arrow 1v9, they got extra points because they correctly guessed Keens' placement there. Good stuff to them. As we go over to the community, Scipius, Arrow 1v9, KPK, and Keens and KPK. Why did I skip over Keens? Correct. I believe they correctly guessed Keens there, but you know, unfortunately, another absence of our heavy hitter Scipius and Arrow 1v9. All I can say is that I wish you guys the best in your next 2 games. I'm sure you guys will be able to get that. But now, as we go over to the break, I'm going to be gone. It was fun casting with you once again. Protroid replacing me will be that Decker guy. So I'm really excited to see.
That's not really quickly. I know that's Decker's name. That sounds really mean that way that you said, like, oh, replace me as that Decker guy. You know, don't worry about him.
That's his Discord tag. I
know. He's asking for it. It's what he's telling you to call him, but still, it sounds mean. We have to have that upwards inflection, I feel like.
That Decker guy or something like that. You know, I'm doing what I can, but of course, we're going to go to breaks. You won't see me, but you might see me on the YouTube chat over at Aegis Esports TFT. Of course, you can join in, say hi to me, do whatever you want, really. It's been a blast. See you next week.
Stick around.
Stick around for games 3 and 4.
Welcome back, everyone, for games 3 and 4 of week 2 of the ACL, the Aegis Champions League. With me, I am that Decker guy, or Decker. I'm here with Protroid, hanging out together. Protroid, you just got through casting 2 games. You've got to be tired. Are you ready to jump back into it?
Nope, I'm ready to go. I got my water that I was talking about a little bit before. Of course, I'm not showing any labels to camera because no one is paying me to do that right now. Unlike, for example, Trolley, who helps make sure these leagues stay afloat. But all in all, things are pretty exciting going in for us here at the ACL. And we got a spicy Block 2 coming in for everyone to see.
Absolutely. We had a great Block 1, so we're looking forward to an even better Block 2. And with that, we can go ahead and jump over to our predictions for our Block 2 and go through those a little bit. So looking at over the field, a lot of names are kind of popping up around the horn, Protroid. But one in particular, we talked a little bit about before we kind of jumped on air. And the community is the one that's really pushing them up, is Last Cardax. This guy has been destroying this tournament so far, even going so far as to getting 2 firsts back-to-back in the first game and second game today.
Yeah, I gotta say, I feel like something is built different about the Aegis community right now because casters, we also called out Cardax too. We thought they were expected to do fairly well, but only in a third place sort of setting. With meanwhile, the community going, nope, they're absolutely going to completely run away with this. Game Block 1 would have you believe that. 2 first place back to back. One of them, I believe you were telling me, whispering into my ear, was an Urgot 3 game. So really, the threats have really taken them on as one of their own.
Yeah, and sadly, we didn't get to see the Urgot 3 on stream, but feel free to check out Last Cardax's stream for that highlight. We did see it combined and then sort of an instant FF for the person going for second, which is, kind of an appropriate reaction. But once you see that... Yeah,
it's appropriate. It feels bad because still want to watch the big tidal wave come through.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But we do have some other heavy hitters up on there. One in particular that I'm looking for these coming up games who's being propped up by the casters is Lion Ryu. Lion Ryu before today is sitting in 15th overall, really good standing, kind of in the top echelon of the players here. A very solid player, has had a pretty decent performances today already, and I'm expecting if anyone's going to challenge Cardax on this win streak, I think Lion Ryu is going to put up the biggest fight.
Yeah, and certainly this is what happens when you switch over the blocks. You get new groups playing together, new players trying to feel each other out. Completely different lobbies at this point. Cardax will be running with the hot streak, which is certainly going to be the wind at their back. However, there is still a chance that things can be tripped up here, and I'm also curious to see if Lion Ryu is going to be the one to do it. Yeah,
and today already we're seeing these... we actually had 2 double prismatic lobbies also in game 1 and game 2.
Yeah.
So these crazy lobbies where these players are having to adapt to these very unorthodox situations. That's my favorite kind of TFT to watch. To see these high level players just kind of make something out of nothing, take these unorthodox carries, and just kind of pilot those comps to just precision. It's amazing.
It's funny too because I think these players also often talk about how they don't like playing in those prismatic lobbies because they can be so transformed.
Yeah, I absolutely
do think it can be absolutely transformative.
Yeah, as a player, I hate seeing prismatic lobbies, but I will let you know, as a spectator, I'm a big fan.
Yes.
As we are jumping here into the first game on board with our man Cardax, the one that we kind of want to keep eyes on during this game.
Certainly. And Cardax going for a bit more of a conservative start. That chain vest can build into so many different items across any kind of composition that they may want to run. So that has to feel pretty dang good for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And a good, just a little tab around the horn there, opening it with the Yasuo. Not a lot going on, but what are you hoping to see? What sort of off the wall comps, Protroid, have you not seen today that you're wanting to see potentially pop up?
Well, I'm actually not quite sure because I feel like we've seen everything that we've been seeing people hype up at the Defender Cup, right? Because we've seen every flavor of aces under the sun at this point. True. We have seen the Renegade Viego come through, which is something that I admittedly didn't follow as closely before this weekend, and now I'm starting to see the true power of. The one thing I think that I've been hearing good things about, but I haven't quite seen just yet, is going to be any kind of Zed composition coming through, because Zed still quite powerful. Duelists can really rush people down in the early game. It's the late game where they can kind of start to struggle though, but I feel like with Hacker, with Zed being able to sneak onto the backline, do some assassinations on those aces like we got to see in the last game too with, I believe, a LeBlanc instead of a Zed, that could be pretty effective. I want to see that as an option moving forward.
Yeah, I would love to see that as well. And I would notably, something we've seen kind of an absence on, at least on the stream games, is that recon comp that, you know, is kind of been really effective on the ladder. But at least for our stream games, we haven't really seen it. It hasn't been a priority for these players. They're definitely playing more. Oh, and here we go. One of my favorite augments in the game, Pro Troy. Talk to me about Hustler.
Okay, so Hustler, I have to talk about like instantly. First and foremost, this is the #1 gold augment in TFT by average position. 3.96. Generally, it is the only augment with an average position that puts you in the top 4, as opposed to being like, you'll probably get like a 4, you might get a 5th. No, this is usually going to be a top 4. On top of that, it means you're just going to have so much more to work with. You're pumping all that into levels, and hopefully by the time that anyone's able to catch up with you, they've also hit, say, for example, their level 7s, their level 8s, and you're not going to be able to really be catching up just because you're not making economy the same way they are. Hopefully at that point, everyone else is dead and you're able to walk away with a good, easy top 4. So Kardax picking it up before we can even think about any of the other options there, and with a smile on their face as well.
Yeah, I wanted to point that out too. Of just so if you know an augment is good when you see player, it's not even a thought, right? It pops up on the screen. It's an instant click. But does have a laser core opening. Definitely, most likely not the direction that Kardax is going, but definitely an underrated comp that can get you into top 4s pretty easily.
Yeah. Laser Corp does a ton of damage. Like, if you were ever truly curious about it, I encourage you, play a game, your early game through with Laser Corp. Just check out what the augment is. Sorry, not what the augment. Check out what the trait is doing. Hover over in your left sidebar, and you will notice it's consistently pumping out huge amounts of damage from those drones. That is something that not everyone is ready for. It can really help you stabilize, even if you are in a bit of an awkward position in your start.
Yeah, and hopping on board with Kranos right now. Does have the underground start, and notably has it with a blue buff Sona. We saw some Sona blue buff power coming out in game 1 from Chandler in our first set. Maybe we'll see another 3-star Sona action here, but a great start to have that underground. You're kind of in a win-win situation to where your board is really strong because of this best in slot 3-cost unit. But then you're also having the idea of, if I lose, I'm building underground stack, so it's kind of win-win at this point.
Yeah, Sona is amazing to find early. It means that your underground is going to be pretty solid. We talk about how underground units are already just that little bit weaker to make up for the fact that they're part of an econ trait. But as a result of that, being able to hit the 3-cost underground unit early is phenomenal. The one thing that is going to hurt you maybe a little bit is that your front line's a bit on the lacking side. I imagine if we find the Vi, that Kale is just going to be kicked out, so that way we get as much power as possible. Ooh, quick little flex to see what your options are going to be for admin as well.
Yeah, a little pro tip there that you see a lot of high level players do. The first time they get a couple admins, they'll throw them in, and then pull them off just to have that pop up so they can have a general idea of what admins are being offered this game. So a little min maxing there so that Kranos knows if he wants to flex an admins, he knows what's available.
And it also just further reinforces how you are really encouraged in this set of TFT especially to know what you're doing as early on as possible. You can make options and choices later on down the line, but you're seeing players like Kranos right now just immediately saying, yes, I want admin to be this. It has to be something that can work with me as early on as possible. Granted, down the line, they can say, I'm actually not going to run admin in my comp, but they are trying to make sure that they are really going deep in whatever potential path they're going into as we enter into our next carousel of the game.
Yeah, and I wanted to point that the Riven with the laser core spat. So it looks like we may be seeing a laser core spat from one of our laser core vertical from one of our players today. Really excited to see how that board caps out. Are seeing our first offers of 3 costs and whatnot on this board. We'll see if our players are able to kind of start finding their spikes in stage 2. I imagine we will we'll see what we mostly see with these high level players. We'll see the win streakers most likely win streak, and the loss streakers really, really try hard to keep that loss streak going.
Yeah, it's always such a tricky thing to manage properly because it is easy to lose rounds of TFT. I know a little something about that. It is hard to lose them effectively, to make sure that you're not losing hilarious amounts of health. Because let me tell you, if I'm going for an especially bad loss streak, right now I'm around 80 HP because I'm having so much trouble killing anything as we go round after round after round. Kranos here, 88. Granted, though, that is going to be with only 2 losses instead of the full 3 because they're able to win their augment selection round at 2-1. That's going to be a little bit interesting. Also, though, they are going to be running Underground, which helps you further buff up those losses anyway, so who cares? You are going to be getting good economy regardless of your streak.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see this next round from Kranos. We should see an Underground cash out offered. For the most part, with these high-level players, we've seen sort of they take the first cash out and maybe keep it in, maybe go for another first cash out. We don't really see a lot of players going for those deep Underground 3 or 4 runs. We saw it last game with Arrow 1v9, if I do remember correctly, but we don't typically see it very often.
Yeah, exactly. Usually most players, they're hitting the Underground 1 or 2, they're getting the gold, they're getting maybe an item component or 2, and then immediately cashing out. I feel like we've really gone a long way from Fortune forever ago, where it's like, ooh, I want to make the big number as high as possible. And now that we've had a proper set of Dragonlands, where we've seen the effectiveness of how a drip economy can work with things like Lagoon, I think we've completely changed the way that we look at some of these econ augments, and that's just a pretty crazy thing to think about. Another thing that I want to quickly point out too is that I can't quite recall who the last opponent that we saw. They were running admin through their state. That was, I believe, every 5 seconds admins heal. That's an amazing early game admin bonus, just because that is a flat amount of HP that these early low star units are going to be taking great advantage of. Absolutely amazing to see. Jota, excuse me, I said that wrong, is trying to rush down with duelists. Doesn't quite have the star power, though, to back them up, though.
Yeah, and last Kardak sitting on that Zac already. That Hustler is putting in work, allowing him to level and reroll to have a very, very powerful board that the duelists from Jota just weren't able to chew through. I imagine that will get easier as the game goes on. 4 duelists is decent. I think you would normally expect to win with 4 duelists throughout stage 2. But Jota is able to kind of hold on to that loss streak, even though they might have lost a little more HP than they wanted to. And they're sitting at a pretty good econ of 44 going into stage 3.
I think the problem with Jota's board right now is that, yes, you are correct. 4 duelists can be very strong. I don't necessarily think these are the 4 duelists that you're looking for. I think when you think about these compositions, you're thinking about things that have Yasuo for the stun, are talking about having the additional resistances that the Fiora is able to provide after their post. This, I don't think, is it, because you have a 2-star somehow frontline Kale just trying to stall things out as long as she can, which I feel like is a good sort of play, honestly. But then you have a 1-star Blitzcrank holding a sword, which, cool, not what you want to see. A 1-star Yasuo, good for CC. That's really about it, unfortunately. So, yes, good in theory. This is exactly what you expect duelists to do. It just doesn't have... The tools that it has are just the highest quality that it needs to be right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, that was doing a good job. That board was doing a good job of maintaining the loss streak into stage 2. But as we do see the damage starting to ramp up in stage 3, this is when you really want to start to stabilize your board. You want to streak through stage 2. That's important. And loss streak is okay. But really, when we get to this point, you need to be very, very careful, or you're going to be on, 1 or 2 or 3 lives going into stage 4.
Yeah, another thing I want to quickly point out, because we saw a little bit before that Krug round a really bad loss on the part of Kardax, because again they're running the 6-unit team. These huge losses are also further warping things, right? Jota and Kranos, both 67 HP. They're going down fairly low because players are playing tempo. They say, oh crap, I need to be high level in order to properly contest and save myself from the crazy plays that Kardax is doing. That's going to be a difficult thing to contend with. That is going to be the edge of Knight component here. If they pick up that orb, and it looks like they will, that's going to be a 2-star, Vayne. That's going to be quite effective as far as I can tell. Probably not what Kardax is looking for, though.
Yeah, I would say Kardax looking at those augments might have a chance to reroll. Hasn't scouted around, doesn't see that Edge of Night has also, Into the Night's been taken by another player, at least just yet. I imagine that they do lock in the Into the Night, so we will have a little bit of contesting going on for that comp, but we'll see if one of them can be a little more creative within the other.
Ooh, a very early. I say very early. We're level 6. Samira. Right
Hustler, baby.
Hustler, baby. It's just how it goes. I don't think that's probably where you, quote unquote, want to be. Just because, again, you're trying to build itemization and you have picked an augment that better lets you go into, say, for example, the misfortune side of things for aces. But at the same time, Samira's still Samira. I can't really fault it.
Yeah, Samira is still Samira. Samira's a great item holder for pretty much any other unit in Duelist. A very powerful unit in her own right. Also does give that underground trait, which isn't as relevant here, but is relevant to other comps. But just still not able to chew through this giant Galio. Galio, still, even after the nerfs in the current patch, still one of the best early game carries with the Declaw and the Bramble slammed on there. It's going to be a lot to take for this Duelist comp to take him out anytime soon.
Yeah, and Bramble is just always going to be a slap in the face to Duelists too. Like, they have so much raw attack damage coming in that's coming in quickly. It's just ping, 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 ping. Nothing's working coming off of the Bramble vest. It's just countering it quite effectively.
Yeah, and we do see a little bit of a shuffling going on. The Fiora with the Sunfire is an interesting little adaptation here. Fiora is definitely more of a tank than a carry in this set. A very good unit at staying alive and holding back the floodgates for Vayne to try and do damage. But without a kind of a presence of that Runan's Hurricane that kind of allows Vayne and Zed to sort of chew through multiple things at one time, it's going to be really difficult for this Vayne to get through, say, the Spirit Visage Rammus, right?
Yeah, that's going to be a toughie, I think, at the end of the day. And that's only going to get harder as, Rammus gets more HP, or that can move into some other pretty scary places. Like, again, I said I don't want to become the boy who cried Samira last round. We're looking at more Samira items, I feel like, going back onto that Kayle. That would imply that also means that you can move that Spirit Visage onto something like a mecha set. There's just so many ways that comp can get even scarier.
Yeah, set definitely the premier frontline unit, which is sort of it sets the tempo for what itemizations can work. You pretty much, if you're playing an 80 comp like a Vayne carry or a Samira carry or even a Felios or whatever it is, you have to make sure you have that armor penetration to deal with the sets, right? You have to plan for the sets. You have to have the Last Whispers, the Giant Slayers, or something to allow you to try to cut that giant beefcake down a little bit faster.
Yeah, I have a caster friend that would heavily agree with the beefcake sentiment. Ooh, this is exactly what we've been talking about, by the way. For the cash out for Underground. Got to cash out to, got the pretty nice, I think, 28 total gold cash out. And from here, now starting to look to see how they can switch things around. That's going to be with the combination of the Misfortune for that ace power, probably where the comp's going to go. And meanwhile, the mid-game Belveth, which is getting, taken out in favor of the second Vi, which feels like a small slap to the face for Belveth, but, she gets a lot of slaps because she attacks so fast. I think it's fine.
That's true. And Belveth, has comps that she shines in a bit, but still a little bit of an underpowered unit. So opting in for that extra front line to let the Sona do what Sona does. A lot of healing, a lot of damage, a lot of stunning. And this is exactly where Kranos wants to be, running this underground comp early. HP is fine. 67 HP at the end of stage 3. It's a little low, but it's fine, right? You're in a good spot. You had a great cash out, which lets you sort of level above the curve. Usually 4.1 is sort of a standard level 7 power spike. Of course, that can change, but generally that's where it is. So able to hit level 7 early while still having good interest and able to lean into the power of that Sona, that blue buff, that jewel gauntlet, just doing so much damage to the front line and back line for their opponents.
I mean, you say it's fine, but at the same time, though, like with all the early damage being flown around, I feel like this is pretty dang good for where we are currently in this meta right now as well. So, really quickly, Kardax hitting a Misfortune 2 this early on. Have to call that out coming in through the side. Good luck, everyone else. That's absolutely terrifying.
When you see the guy that's on a hot streak hit a Misfortune 2 on 3-6, everyone just kind of collectively sighs a little bit. Like, is he going to do it again? Is he going to pull it off again? So, definitely a power spike there as we're on here with Zazu. Still carrying that Kayle. I think you're right. We're going to see a Samira probably in their future. The items ported over. We get a little zoom in there. I like it when they kind of play with us and the spectator. But definitely going to be a powerful one when they were able to transition into that Samira. But for now, Kale's just going to do okay, and they're going to take a little damage here from time to time.
I feel like that zoom was like, hey, is that LeBlanc hacking? Do they have aim assist on? They do. That's what the name of the augment is, and I just get to flex my little bit of knowledge, I guess, there for a hot moment.
That's a good call out, yeah.
All in all, like, that is going to be a pretty powerful guess, and I agree, too. Like, I feel like in TFT, especially when we cast TFT off of other people's perspectives, we do get a lot of extra personality, and I love those little things like the zoom going, hey, what are you doing? What's all up with this? And it really makes me love working with these players even more.
Yeah, my favorite was last week when when Ramen Blitz hit the AFK and then you just watch him on the camera on his stream just sort of slide out of his chair onto the ground. It's stuff like that that kind of endears you to a community. So I appreciate our players keeping us entertained as we're, getting through some of the monotonous rounds of TFT.
Yeah, you say that, and look at, by the way, the changes coming in. We had once again, the Belveth sort of taking up space, but the second Samira comes through, Belveth is kicked out of the club, Samira is let in on, I suppose, a red carpet. Just need to get those itemizations in. And really, I feel like this is a pretty solid layout right here for Zazu right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Does have the Last Whisper. It does have the Runan's Hurricane. Great itemization on the Samira. Has the set with the Spirit Visage, and it's just such a great tank item. He does get popped pretty soon, but eventually that set will become a set 2 and become a little bit more of a nuisance as we see a little more Samira on Samira violence here. But I believe the 3 items not going to be able to pull it off, and Zazu does take the hit off the mirror match.
Yeah, I was going to say, Samira on Samira violence sounds all too familiar for what this patch has been so far. But, I don't think Zazu likes anything here.
No, these are just not what you want to see when you're playing this comp. I mean, because none of them are just that relevant.
You know what I'm going to tell you? I think Cybernetic Uplink can be very good here, just because you're able to get set to cast a little bit more frequently. I feel like Makeshift is the one I would not have picked.
Yeah, that was the last one on my list, honestly.
Yeah, mine as well. Just generally looking through all of it, this is going to be primarily a set frontline. Set needs all these items to really be effective, and that's just the way it's going to go. Yeah, set 2 is going to be absolutely huge. I think we also now have the option to potentially go into a mech right now as well. Tried to get in the Nunu, just wasn't able to. That's a shame.
Not quite fast enough, but this is going to be a huge upgrade for Zazu as hitting a set 2 on level 7 feels like a blessing. You can definitely kind of sit back and feel a little better about your spot here, because rolling on 7 in this meta when things spike so hard at level 8 and then even more at level 9, getting your units on 7 is a huge bonus. But
especially contested units like the
absolutely.
Case too. I feel like this is probably a case of hitting 7 a little bit earlier than a few other players, but also just having good luck and also frankly being willing to roll quite a bit to go down here in order to try to find things. So they got to feel like they're in a pretty good position now. They're able to slot in Mech 2, which is going to help quite a bit. But they have lost a lot of their economy. They're not going to be able to level to 8 as easily now, and they still are only down a Samira 1. So it does look good on the surface, but I do see a couple of cracks.
Yeah, and then this is a board that definitely looks better than the last time we saw it, jumping on Yoda. And we have the Runan's Hurricane now on the Vayne. Does get an early pop to it, but Edge of Night is going to be able to keep them alive. The front line is definitely not ideal, but Nyla might be able to kind of do the shielding and healing enough to keep them on. Thorough the Hunt, also an incredible way of kind of keeping your units up. The Defender comp from Seasons just not quite able to chew through the front line of Yoda. And a good win there. When you're sitting at the bottom of the lobby like that, you love it when people start falling beneath you.
Yeah, Runan's is also a pretty nice pickup too with that augment as well, just because you have more chances for it to proc and fully heal up your carry as well. Furthermore, as too, when you're seeing more and more players try to prioritize running Vayne in these duelist comps, just because she's a little bit more consistent than the Zed. She's able to stay in one place, focus on auto attacking as much as possible. The one thing that I will note here is that as exciting as it is that we could see 8 duelists, I feel like that can often be a little bit of a bait, because you still have to run some pretty weak units in the form of, say, for example, the Gangplank as well as the Kale. That can put you in a pretty awkward position at the end of the day. But at the same time, I feel like for mid-game power, this is going to be pretty hard to overcome. I'm just worried about what we're looking at for stage 5.
Yeah, I completely agree. Once you get sort of into the later stage of the games where you're having to deal with these giant front lines and these executions coming from all these aces on the back line, not having the hacker in to allow Zed that backline access is going to make things a lot harder for you to sort of find those wins, especially on low HP. It gets a little dangerous. However, what they're doing now is ensuring that the next few rounds at least should go pretty smooth for them. And while they're doing that, they can sort of look for the Zed itemization. because that being very important to sort of allow him to live in the backline while he's trying to do all these damage and deal with these aces. So if they can use the win streak now to sort of find Zed augments, and then obviously I wouldn't be surprised if we see that transition back to the lower level of Duelist and adding in that backline access of the hacker.
Yeah, I definitely feel like eventually the late game play, as I think we heard casters talk about in the analyst desk yesterday in the Defender Cup, where sometimes the best thing you can do for your Duelist composition is to just take out Duelist just because you want to get a little bit more utility. I feel like the 8 Duelists, like I was talking about, great for rush down, great for the mid game, good for trying to make sure you're able to keep things alive. Still, though, you are going to eventually want to move things forward. Another important thing to note as we stare down a Z2 that's looking to jump onto this Vayne, you also have a good power thanks to the fact that you're running the Vayne support augment. You are probably going to be building a second Edge of Night eventually on that Zed for the aggro drop. Absolutely phenomenal bit of utility that the Zed can use, even augmented further by the extra attack speed that the Vayne will provide from it. Very good stuff.
Absolutely, as we have a big fight with Lion Ryu right now. Both Lion Ryu and Yoda sitting on the bottom of the standings, but one of them is on their way up. One of them might be on the way down a little bit. We see a big loss coming there from Lion Ryu to put them on 5 HP. And we see our first elimination. Yeah, Seasons, the first one eliminated from today. We'll take an 8th, but we will have another game. So they definitely do have a chance to sort of prove themselves more in the game too.
This is a rough time to get eliminated too. Like getting eliminated just before the first, like say, major threat round always just leaves a bad taste in your mouth because you feel like you could have done so much better. You feel like you are usually guaranteed to get all your components. That wasn't the case this game for Season. So certainly it's a bit rough. I'm really curious to see how they're able to walk it off, go for a mental reset, and get ready for the next game because it is still a best of 2.
Yeah, and talk about hitting units on 7. Last Cardax on a win streak, 63 HP. Does have the Misfortune 2 fully itemized now on level 7 with that Hustler, able to, again, do so much rolling and so much leveling kind of whenever they want to. Does have the 8 spike. Now, does it look like they're going to go toward the 4 ace angle? But a Urgot, definitely a strong unit to be picking up going into stage 5.
First of all, yes, you sell, you slot in the Urgot. You're running Hustler, you're only getting 3 gold per turn. Urgot will allow you to make up for some of the lost econ that your opponents are going to be making right now. The other thing that's really important to note here, you heard me ooh and ah, I love Guard Breaker so much. It's especially strong considering all the sets that are running around now. Right. Despite the fact it's going to be hard to come down with any set that has a, for example, Dragon's Claw, the fact that you are going to be guaranteed to have this Mortian hit something with a shield to then multiply her damage on everyone else on the enemy field. It's going to be crazy amounts of power that Lion Ryu is not ready for as they go down.
Yeah, hard loss there. Sadly, had to play against our hot streaking player on a win streak with a power spike. Never what you want to see on an elimination match, but a good showing from Lion Ryu. We'll see them try to bounce back in the next game. Hopping around, we do see a couple more players on low HP, but the lobby looks like they're starting to stabilize. People are kind of starting to hit their spikes. We see level 2s start to come in around the horn as we see a level 3 Vi here on Kranos' board.
Yeah, 2 away from a 3-star Sona as well. So lots of really interesting power that they've been able to build up here. Heck, we also, I didn't even call this out, Lee Sin as well. They've really stuck with a lower cost reroll in a meta that doesn't seem to appreciate it too much. And I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm here for it too. Definitely love to see the more sort of off the wall comps. It does make your building your comp a lot easier, right? You're not fighting people for misfortunes or Samiras or sets or any of that mess. You're just looking for units that nobody's using and slumping them on your board and seeing what you can do. But Sona, definitely a powerful unit. With that Giant Slayer and JG are trying its best to pull to chew through this set, but not quite able to get sniped off the backline from the Samira and does go down to player 3X.
Yeah, Talia is excellent at bypassing front lines to get backline damage down early. Unfortunately, though, wasn't quite fast enough to get it that time around. So that does hurt a little bit.
Absolutely, but we maybe see the power spike. The Sona 3 could come through here looking for a little bit of a roll down. Let's see if we can hit it. It definitely would be a huge help in sort of having access to that backline. Sona does such great AoE damage while also providing healing to these massive tanks with Vi and Lee Sin.
I mean, you're doing a good job stalling for Kranos, and what do you know, it was enough time. I was about to say, like, that's a really unlucky roll down, but then 2 shops back to back, as I'm about to make fun of you, Kranos saves you at the last second, so good on them for this next free star. That's going to be quite powerful, and they're going to need it going into Jota's 8 duelist board.
Yeah, and definitely Jota does have the backline now to start to chew through these tanks, but Sona might just make this so difficult with all the healing and stunning that she's able to do. Talia does get access to the Vayne, but not a lot of damage done. It's kind of carry versus carry now, but it's 4-on-1. The Vayne does have the Edge of Night, so it will help her stay alive a little longer, but nope, the stun from Sona just wasn't enough. The Vayne just wasn't enough to deal with the pressure from these mages on the backline.
Yeah, the Sona cycle is just a really effective thing. Like, the stun is absolutely amazing. The heal allows you to really, I guess, heal up, for lack of a better term. Like, you're already crazy powerful Freestar or Vi, as well as your Freestar Lee Sin. That's going to be a very effective thing just starting out. Everything works together nicely in tandem.
Yeah, and Protroid, if we're looking at the on the right side, what's the one thing that's sticking out to you kind of more than everything else?
If I look at the right side, let's see. Player Free X and Jota only have less than 10 HP, as does Zazu, so we're very close at the bottom of the pack. I look a little bit higher. Bananas and Pajamas, yeah, they're both kind of close too. And, what's that at the top? Is that a win streak going at 63 HP for last Kardax? What's going on?
This guy looks unstoppable, Protroid. Like, someone's got to take this man down at some point today, right?
Hope so, but again, like we talked about going into this block, they were already coming off of a 2-game win streak, double first, not top 4, and now they're looking to repeat that again. Now, granted, players are not going to make it easy for them, but now we're entering into scenarios where players like Player Free X and Zazu are going against each other and going to probably eliminate each other before any of them would get a shot at Kardax.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see the Leona versus the Set, Leona, a very good unit, is sort of trying to deal with Set, but it doesn't look like it's going to be quite enough. We see basically this mirror comp fight here, but it looks like the Samira on the side of Zazu is not able to get it. Oh my gosh, holding on with 1 HP in a dream, Protroid.
Jota goes down to, I need to call that out. The other thing I have to call out is that this is giving me Vietnam flashbacks to my rank climb, or fall, I should say, because I've lost so much LP this patch. The thing I have to call out here is the fact we're seeing all these players going for the Samira. We got to the point we had a mirror match, as you said. We had a potentially very terrifying thing for Zazu, as they had their Samira 2 in the shop, but they couldn't buy it. They were 1 gold short and they need to live, which they did just barely there. They are now able to be in a bit more contention, can last a little bit longer.
Yeah, we'll see if this LeBlanc has anything to do about it, or this Annie has anything to do about it. So this is going to be the casters versus the ADs. I don't know if this board from Zazu is not going to go down very easily. The Nunu is doing a lot of work, just sort of being disruptive on the backline. Soraka, obviously a very powerful unit here, trying to do his best to keep their front line alive, but the Set just isn't taking damage. He's just sitting on half HP for so long, does finally get the shield pop, and a really good win pickup for Zazu that secures them a top 4 spot.
And Kardax can bleed, actually ending their win streak there. However, they've already hit a top 4. Zazu has maintained it as well off of a very scary position, as they also watch Player Free X get eliminated. So Zazu has to feel pretty good about that, I have to say, if I had to guess. The other thing I have to call out in that last fight, LeBlanc 3, also huge.
Annie 3, LeBlanc 3.
Yeah, Zazu must be very happy they fought Bananas and Pajama last round as opposed to this coming one, so that's really good for them. The other thing I have to point out there is that you also have to make sure you're giving a shout out to Rammus, right? Like you were talking about how great Set was doing soaking things up. Rammus was able to move into the backline, had an uncontested walk basically over to LeBlanc, and then basically just knocked her up twice, which is absolutely crazy stuff to see.
Yeah, and benefiting from that makeshift armor, we did talk about how we weren't sure about that choice there, but obviously for Zazu, it's brought them into top 4. It has given some extra power, defensive power to the Rammus, to the Zac, to the Riven. So they're able to focus more on itemizing their carries in the backline. Does pick up another damage item going onto that Senna to add a little bit more, trying to rip through these, this Annie 3 he's about to fight.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a challenge coming through here. The other thing you have to remember is that it's not just anti-free, it is anti-free that has Ox Force active as well, which can really hurt everything that Samira is trying to do. So we'll have to see just how that's going to be able to go as well. Zazu might be hitting an interesting counter here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. Oh, and the Senna just gets absolutely popped by that LeBlanc in the backline. We'll see if Samira can stay away from the LeBlanc's gaze long enough to do some damage. But the damage from the Soraka just chipping away. And Samira does end up popping the LeBlanc, but Set looks like he's about to go down. So it's going to be Carry versus the world at this point. Set staying alive, barely does pop the Prankster from Zoe. And just not quite enough. Samira does her best, but Zazu does go out in fourth.
Yeah, and again, there are limits to every single composition. And whenever you see just contention at that level, you see so much health being lost by Zazu for the fact that other players were running the Samira. They weren't able to stabilize as early. That all just generally hurts, and that is going to why it's a top 4. Granted, still a top 4, walk away with a good amount of points. You go into the second round of the best of 2, you can win some pretty good points generally, but probably not where they want to be loading into this game where everyone wants for the top 1.
Yeah,
Wait a second, is that a backline misfortune?
Oh, that looks like a backline misfortune. That's a hacker misfortune trying to get away from these from potentially from this LeBlanc, but I don't know if putting it closer will do much work. We'll see kind of where misfortune fires here, if this was a good choice or not from Cardax.
Well,
Does fire across?
Doesn't quite hit.
No, doesn't quite get to the threshold. A really interesting adaptation from Cardax, but I think one that they might regret.
I like the theory of it a lot, as Cardax does lose some more HP. Kratos, by the way, also loses their streak and some HP, so that's going to be interesting. Because Misfortune, as you know, targets the largest group of enemies.
Right.
I can imagine that you would rather hit the squishier ones first. So, going into the backline can have some pretty good uses, beyond also, say, for example, trying to dodge things like the Zed that could be trying to move down, or actually, in that case, more than LeBlanc. That said, though, didn't quite work out, unfortunately. Just becomes more of like a theory crafting fever dream that just never seems to pan out.
Yeah, but I mean, when you've already got 2 firsts today, you've already secured a top 3. You can get a little wonky and kind of try stuff out a little bit. You got a little freedom to do that. But we do see the Kranos versus Cardax fight here. We'll see if we can get the run back. The Sona 3 is doing a lot of damage to this front line. But Misfortune's ult does come across. The ace is proccing, but Fiddlesticks is going into the back line. It's actually wild right now. Is Sona able to get the stun? Nope. Abel goes down to the Zed. And it looks like we might be seeing another elimination. Oh, it's tight.
I don't think Cardax. Oh, it's getting closer and closer.
Oh, that was close.
Cardax at this point has to be very upset with his Zed. I mean, just looking at it generally, this is not best in slot optimization, which, happens. It's just how it goes. If this was, say, for example, not a Sunfire Cape, instead something like Titan's Resolve, you'd be very happy with that. Unfortunately, though, it just doesn't have enough to work as the secondary carry that you need it to. So as a result, the other thing that's important to point out here, Kranos, very strong position. I don't think we've called out the fact that is a power chord Sona with the hero augment as well, meaning that she's firing off an additional bolt. So instead of hitting, say, for example, stunning 2 enemies or healing 2 allies, you're doing 3 of everything. So that is absolutely insane, can really slow things like that Zed down.
Yes, and Kranos does make a great pickup as they're about to have to kind of pay their banana in pajamas tax coming up. Does have the Zephyr to try and create something out of nothing here, try to keep their that LeBlanc from popping off as long as they can.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's a bit of a rat going on here, which is a little bit hard to see. However, at the same time, though, this is a competition. You have to use every advantage that you can, and holding on to Zephyr is just another tool in your toolbox.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see that a very good positioning from Banana and Pajamas, though, not allowing their LeBlanc to get Zephyr. They don't have an option to drop it. Was able to get it on a decent unit, but not the LeBlanc, which is what you want to see. I would imagine this LeBlanc is going to start chewing through the rest of these units, but Sona's putting up a really great fight as we see a 3v1, not quite able to win it, though.
Yeah, and actually, Cardax goes down too, so it seems like that's going to be the game ending a little bit abruptly. I don't think we expected that.
Yeah, a little bit of abruptly. So we do see Banana and Pajamas taking it with Kranos in second, and then Cardax in third, if I caught that correctly. So Cardax's run does come to an end there, but still maintains that top 4 rate that they've been doing so well at this season.
Yeah, and like you said, we are going to be confirming things. It is Bananas and Pajamas, I believe, coming in with the top 1 at the end there. Absolutely phenomenal. But for Cardax, as we were saying, oh no, they got a second instead of their third first in a row. They have still, except for one game so far in this season, consistently gotten top 4s. And the only game where they didn't hit a top 4, they finished 5th. So that is a pretty good scoreline just generally, and Cardax still has to be feeling pretty dang good. Also, further proving why it is just so dang crazy to run Hustler.
Yeah, absolutely. Great call out there, Protroid. But we are going to go to a break as we get ready for the next game. We'll see if we can continue the top 4 streak from Cardax. If Banana and Pajamas can keep it going over a second person in a row, we got a lot more TF2 coming up. Don't go anywhere.
It's true that you were born to die. So now we set your spirit free. Let the light blaze clear away. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. Powerless lifelines free from time. 'Cause we exist to survive the changing tide. The blade is born once again. Another one is slain, bringing an everlasting fire, yeah. Cold rivers cross throughout these veins. Another soulmate gets made. The pain is calling out through my waiting ears. So now we set your spirit free. Let the light blaze clear away. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. Powerless lifelines free from time. 'Cause we exist to survive the changing time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die for you. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's over?
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 4 of Week 2 of ACL. I am Decker, joined by Protroid. If you watched last game, you saw a banger of a game, and Protroid, I think we're going to have another one going forward.
Yeah, the Cardax crew's rising up, I have to say, as well. Like, they're doing absolutely phenomenal. Still only walked away with a second there, which makes me feel a little bit awkward talking about instilling the spotlight away from the banana in the pajama that came down the stairs. But at the end of the day, Cardax is still a very huge threat in this lobby, but the pajamas have proven it can bleed.
Absolutely. I love that. That caught me in the right spot, Protroid. So a little correction. Kranos did end up getting second in that board. It was a really close.
Sorry. Did we misscore that too?
We fixed it in the sheet now. So yeah, it has been updated. So Banana and Pajamas does have first place. Kranos with second, and then Cardax with third, and Zazu in fourth with our top.
And I believe fifth place was Moonlight, if I had to guess, right?
That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
But
I'm sorry, there's only like maybe one more year tops I can use that joke, and then I'm never allowed to again because it's way too old. But I'm going to milk it as long as I can.
Well, talking about standings, let's go ahead and throw over to the predictions to see how we're doing so far across the board. We do see, obviously, the community believing in Cardax was able to pull out a top 4, but wasn't able to lock in that first slot. Lawrence and Casters with Lion Ryu. Lion Ryu, not their best name, did come in 7th in that round, but Lion Ryu is a great player. Would expect them to very, very handily bounce back and bring back the heat for Game 4.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of players that were perhaps overestimated, at the very least, in Game 1. Jota, for example, for the Casters, we ranked at 4, wasn't quite able to pull things off as well. Seasons as well, a lot of people, staff and community, thought they were going to do quite well. But let me just double check where they finished at the end of it, because I don't want to rack it.
It was 8, Seasons 8.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely rough to see. So again, we're only halfway through the block. That means that they are going to have a chance to go through. Seasons can still quite easily sweep this next lobby, go for a first, get the 8 points, finish the day with 9. Not the best score line, but still a good first for 8th, quote unquote, middle of the pack kind of option.
Absolutely.
However, there's still just so much to work through.
Yes, and leading into you caster cursing the first block of games, we do see sort of another caster. We're the only group that doesn't have Banana in Pajama on their list, so a little bit of a misfire from the casters there. But we'll see if these 4 players that we've got down can pull it back going into game number 4.
If I can defend myself slightly, this time the curse supposedly isn't my fault because I didn't go too ham on Skip, I suppose, or with any player in this lobby as I did Skip in the first set. So I'm going to wash my hands a little bit of that, but still, though, it is a small curse.
I think that's fair. We did see some pretty, like not normal comps going into the last game. We obviously did see plenty of Samira. We saw plenty of Set, but we saw another Sona game, right? A very well piloted Sona comp, a very well piloted underground comp. We saw some prankster shenanigans going with Kranos, with the Zoe, with the Echo, with the Jinx. So I'm expecting to see some more kind of crazy off the wall stuff going into Game 4.
Yeah, Sona is especially surprising to me too, because Granted, I believe in the last lobby, you were able to see it with the hero augment of the power cord. That's going to be especially huge. I think we also saw Sona in one game today where it didn't have power cord, so that means there's still a chance to be able to run it still fairly effectively. Granted, also had a lot of extra AP boosters, but still, you're able to show that you're able to run good compositions and find these angles through your augments, through all these little decisions that go into a game of TFT in order to really pull off some amazing plays. And that's just generally what I love to see as we are now loading into our final game of the day.
Absolutely. And jumping on board with Last Cardex, looking to keep that top four percentage really as high as they can. We'll see if they're able to do it. A little wave there. That's
how you doing?
That's what I like to see. I love to see the interaction. Highs back to you, Cardex. Hope good luck in your game.
Certainly. Starting for Tier this time around. Tier has been a good start if you're trying to go for that misfortune angle, because at that point you just need to drop the sword to get the early Sojin. I think most people... that is also pretty nice as well. Most people are talking about how in order to be confident running misfortune, you should have at least one of her items fully built fairly early into the game. That's just because an itemless misfortune is relatively weak. She does have a good map power on her own, but she can get fairly easily outscaled without any kind of itemization support.
Yeah, and there's nothing more like watching paint dry in TFT than watching a misfortune without a mana item trying to build her ultimate. It is painfully slow to watch. We do
but talking about the now.
Yeah.
Talking about the now, though, you called it out. Laser Core is going to be a pretty clean option here because of that early drop of the Senna. Also, amazing pairs coming in here, actually, all across the board. This is a spot where you don't level to 4. You were just waiting here, hoping that you're able to 2-star both your Crocodile and your Ashe as early as possible.
Yep, Laser Core, we're seeing a really sort of not a resurgence, but a surgence of Laser Core just come into the meta as we see so many of these contested backline comps. Most of the Laser Core units kind of go unnoticed. Duelists, as we talked about, not getting played as much as we've seen in the past, and able to pick up these Sejuanis, these Zeds, and these early Sennas to really have early power spikes into your board. Ooh, and a sure shot, Chris.
Yeah, that will open you up to, again, the potential of, I can't believe I'm saying this again, for sure shot Samira. I can't stop myself. It's what we're here for, it feels like. But lots of other interesting options here as well. Ascension also works great with a lot of these late game focused comps that we've been seeing. Featherweights is a bit more mixed bag, but not going to be the play today.
Yeah, Ascension, as we've said before, a lot of these really long fights. We've seen a lot more long fights happening with these really beefy front lines. So Ascension almost always going to be popping here as we jump on board to Kranos, that has not the 2-star. It looked like 2-star to me for a second, but the mascot civilian opening.
With Battle Mage as well. So as a result of that, everything's just going to be sneaking on up into the front line. Now, the one thing that's a little bit scary to note, though, is that these are all 1-star units. They're not going to be able to really stave off anything for very long whatsoever. It is going to be, at the very least, a kill for Kranos at the stage, which is excellent for them given the state of their board. But this can be a very tricky thing to pilot unless they're able to hit an early 2-star.
Yeah, and the early blue buff slam, like you obviously we talked about plenty today. The Sona is a very powerful unit with blue buff, obviously, and you also see, Soraka, another very powerful blue buff user. So we'll see if Kranos wants to sort of early commit to that line of play. They want to just hard lean into the AP style off the start.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really loving this acceptance of the AP tree, I guess, because I feel like in a lot of the previous sets that we've been seeing in TFT, the AP tree has felt like in a very awkward position. I feel like even just going back to gizmos and gadgets, probably the worst of it being the first half of the Dragonlands, just because it felt like all of your AP compositions were really attack speed compositions. But now we have a lot of very interesting AP lines, in terms of synergies and traits and what have you, and I just feel pretty happy to play AP again.
Yeah, and Pertrud, I want to pick your brain a little bit because I can't figure out how I feel about this augment. So the Ornn item Anvil. We see that player 3X is taking it here. Obviously, we don't know what their options were, but this augment has been so hit or miss for me. I really can't get a good feel for it.
Oh, sorry about that. For some reason, my mic decided to do a weird thing. Regardless of any of that, though, I feel like this is probably the classic, I'm not quite sure what to do in this position. Let me look for some direction kind of augment. Because, granted, there are some Ornn augments that are very pointy that are excellent for very certain compositions, but you're given free options. You're usually going to find one thing that you're really going to vibe with. And say, for example, Black Cleaver does, I believe, both Armor Shred as well as MR Shred. That's amazing for things like Seth that could be running a lot of both kinds of resistance based on itemization. On top of that, too, you also can just hit a pretty reliable bit of power no matter what option you pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Great breakdown of that augment. As we're still on board with Kranos here, is still running the 4 1-star units. Definitely not. We don't usually, you're not wanting to see 4 1-star, 1-cost units at this point, Protroid.
Yeah, but no, this doesn't feel good.
But they do have the Battle Mage and the Lulu with the blue buff, so they are able to kill a couple units here. Maybe one more from the Fiora. Oh, that hurts your soul.
Come on, say it with me. We love Oxforce.
We love Oxforce. We love it so much. Everyone loves it. But really still 82 HP, even lost streaking a little lower than you would like to see. But we're going to hop over with CPV Yoda and see what they are cooking up over here. Like a little Pingu and Echo.
Yeah, I was going to say, they really are cooking down in the bottom right-hand corner, trying to figure out what this comp is going to be like. Curious if that means they're going to go for the spat for something creative. But instead, nope. Rather go for the bow, a little bit safer of an option.
Yeah, spat has been in such an interesting spot. I feel like for the past 2 sets, where earlier sets it was almost an insta grab for a lot of on a lot of lobbies, but players are starting to have to consider a lot more because they've limited the pool, like the flexible pool of spat options. Like there's no more brawler, right? There's no like Aegis spat that you can make inherently. So it makes it a lot harder to slot these into comps.
And really quickly, the bow pickup makes much more sense. We get to see a Recon emblem on the bench and now a Recon Vel'Koz, which is not something I think I expected, but I'm going to welcome with open arms. That sounds exciting. But
yeah, I'm ready to see that.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. But just generally, too, to build off of your point really quickly, it's interesting because I feel like we are closer than we have been in a long time to getting these large, impactful emblems right again. And I feel like one of the big ones we're actually looking at right now being Oxforce, because if you look at the trait makeup of Oxforce itself, only Aphelios can really make use of the second half of the Oxforce ability, being the bonus attack speed that you get. By being able to slam that on things like Draven, that's also going to be pretty quite effective, beyond the fact this is just also a good counter to all the aces running around.
Yeah, and I will say watching the Vel'Koz kind of scuttle away and then laser was as satisfying as I thought it might be. So that was fun.
I've been a Vel'Koz main for years and years and years before my days of Teamfight Tactics, so I'm quite pleased whenever I get to see him in a set. But the scuttle was a pretty fun, and goodbye, friend.
Yeah. Now we did touch on this briefly before game 1. Recon is not a comp that we have seen a lot of in ACL. At least for the stream games that we've been able to post out there. So I am interested to see how Yoda is able to sort of navigate this comp and use it effectively. It does have the JG on to the Kaisa, so we won't be having to go all the way to Recon 4 for that spell crit. But with the spat, you're able to do some kind of funky things, which Protroid, just as a side, my favorite thing in TFT that I've seen this set is a blue buff Recon Bel'Veth. It's the funniest thing that I've ever seen, and I would honestly pay someone to do it on stream at some point.
I think I saw Appies do a Recon Shogath that was pretty funny, actually, now that I really think through all the Recon emblems that I've seen. To build a little bit more too, though, I'm actually not as big of a fan of the Jewel Gauntlet here. And the simple reason for that is sort of what you were talking about, in that, yes, you don't necessarily need to go for the 4 Recon here because you slammed the Jewel Gauntlet, but the power of 4 Recon is the fact that you're able to basically have a free 4 item slot unit, right? Because you don't need to build the Jewel Gauntlet, you're able to just go much more powerful. On top of that, too, Jota is running a Recon emblem as well, which means that in the late game, they don't have to run this Ashe that they're holding onto their bench right now. They can really stick just a free Recon board using only the Ezreal plus some random carrier that could, honestly, as you were talking, be a Bel'Veth. So all
Yeah.
those things kind of together, that kind of hurts me that little tiny bit. However, I can also see it being effective enough.
Yeah, absolutely. It does have another slam there. As we hop over to Zazu, pretty early Aurelion Soul, a very underperforming is not the word I'm looking for, Pertroid, but it's definitely can feel underwhelming sometimes, but definitely strong in their own right, applying that heel cut to teams without
Yep.
getting an item.
Aurelion Soul, I feel like, is one of the best flex units within
Yeah.
TFT right now. Because just by virtue of saying, hey, you don't need Sunfire, don't need Morellos, just slot in Aurelion Soul and let him cast. Holy crap, that's excellent. Now, I've seen a lot of people say that he needs some kind of mana generation item, particularly blue buff, just to make sure that reasonableness is actually able to go through. It's a good thing that we're seeing more and more people slamming that just generally. I've also seen some people have success being, some people, I mean me, being able to run them as a weirder kind of carry, but that goes back into the fret fall off as we've sort of seen, and probably goes more into the narrative that we've heard and we were just talking about of Aurelion Soul being a bit weaker and LeBlanc's just doing LeBlanc things.
LeBlanc just chain gunning down the whole back line there was pretty fun to watch. We do see second tier augments coming through. We have some interesting choices here. Prep, obviously a very good way to farm stats. Thrill, a very good sort of mid game. I mean, obviously better. It's good into late game, but it's really not going to save you against these ace comps. Let me just go ahead and tell you that.
Yeah.
I think I would aim more toward the prep here. But what are you leaning toward, Troy?
I'm leaning to the Thrill, which is going to be the selection right here. Like, don't get me wrong, Prep is a good augment. The problem with it, though, is that it takes time for it to go online, which is going to hurt you just generally. And while you do need to actually kill things in order to get the actual power out from the Thrill of the Hunt, that heal can be a bit of a lifesaver, especially when you have all these champions running around there trying to execute off of low health totals.
Yeah, absolutely. And, sort of the norm of TFT right now being that we have these hero augments that are very powerful and very, you have to sort of build your boards around them, is that you're kind of almost not allowed to reroll your augments until you see your hero. So we see these players, a lot of them, I'm sure, that are offered maybe suboptimal augments that they're not that excited about, but they will take in order to keep their reroll for their hero coming potentially up on 4-2.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing to try to manage because, again, you want to make sure that you have the best odds possible. Now, don't get me wrong. Players at this level are very good at trying to manipulate the chances that they're given the hero augments that they want to see. However, even then, you still have instances where players are like, well, oh boy, I was able to hit the champion I wanted, but it's the support augment I really need to carry. That's when the reroll comes in handy at that level. But we'll have to talk about that later, see if that comes up as our third option, because who's this guy win streaking at the top of the pack, Mr. 100? It's Cardax again. It's
Cardax, man. And we're early on. Maybe we're hyping it too much, but this guy does seem like he's unstoppable. He's got the early game on lock. And I'll be honest, for me, the first the first 3 rounds of TFT is where I kind of struggle the most right now. But Cardax, apparently, I just need to go watch his Twitch stream for a while because he is playing this early game flawlessly.
Yeah, and again, in a board that I don't really think you would look at and go, oh yeah, that's really strong. Like, it has some good components in here, like, for example, a Rammus 2, the fact that you have Laser Corpse in here for the Laser Core, in here for that extra bit of damage. I feel like what their plan was to build a good, strong front line, to reliably trigger Ascension, to then be able to get all that damage that you need. I feel like it's a winning formula for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have to be feeling good going into this carousel at 100 HP. Looking across the board, the lobby is decently tight, and then you kind of have seasons kind of dropping off there a little more than everyone else, but still, 198, 87, pretty tight top 3, and then a tight kind of middle core. So we'll see. I think we'll start seeing some separation as we get into the stage, into the stage 4s.
I think if you're Joda, though, you're feeling pretty good. I believe they were able to pick up a Samira with a sword, which, there you go. You're picking up not only a champion that you probably really want, but also an item you really want them to be holding as well. So hats off to you. That's going to be pretty effective. Curious to see if they're going to hold on to it, if they're going to sell the Samira in order to put it on a Misfortune, because we live in an ace hell.
Yeah, and we do, as we come into 4-2, we are able to sort of break down what we might be seeing for the next augment. So the last thing left on the table is either a gold augment or a hero. We're looking at like a 75% chance of hitting hero and a 25% chance of hitting gold. So most likely we'll be seeing a either 4 or potentially 5 cost hero augment going into 4-2.
Yeah, I'm holding out for a hero personally. They're just so excitingly transformative, and you can really get a lot of these crazy late game swings from it. Like Prismatics, though, it's things that I think players might be a little bit more afraid of. They'd much rather have these straight gold augment round that you were talking about before, where they're able to really flex off board strength. But
Right.
end of the day, I'm a fan of a good swing.
Yeah, it's the same thing that I talked about with prismatic lobbies. As a player, I hate seeing the late game heroes, but as a spectator, bring it on. It's way more fun to watch. So I'm excited to see what these players do going into that next stage. Well, again, we are seeing. I'm interested to see the transition of Cardax's board. I'm sure a lot of it will be dictated by going for that prankster actually again. It'll probably be dictated a lot by what they see on 4-2. They don't have to be very stressed out. Yes, they would like to keep winning and stay at 100 HP, but let's be honest, most of the time that's not kind of a realistic goal to have. So they've just given them a cushion to where they can just wait it out, see what happens on 4-2, and then go from there.
Yeah, getting Sunfire boarded, by the way, that's going to be pretty rough, I have to say, for Cardax because they have such a heavy brawler front line. It could be a little bit rougher, but it seems like they still have the damage to go, and that is still only a Kaisa 1, so it's not quite as powerful as it needs to be. Cardax maintaining a win streak, not just through one PvE round, but through 2 at this point as we enter into the Wolves at 3-7. I cannot describe how important this is. Because the effect of having a Mr. 100 is that it's warping the strength of the lobby for absolutely everyone. The sheer amount of gold that is being pumped into Cardax right now is forcing everyone else to play a tempo that they may not be able to do, which is leading to these scenarios where Ceases is at 21 HP. Joda, who we're looking at right now, is at 42. It's hard to come back from effectively.
Yeah, it does you get a lot of items from that, does able to hit the vein too, but really, as you were talking about earlier, we need to see Kaisas. You know, if this Kaisa is going to be our premier carry, we need to start seeing more of them because currently in a roll down, we've only got Kaisa pair for Yoda's board. Does hit the 2-star there, but has to roll to essentially nothing to make that happen on 7. So you're definitely not in the spot that you want to be. You're sweating a little bit, but that could all change in this next round.
Yeah, to say this hurts, I feel like is almost an understatement, honestly. Like, this was a lot of gold invested here. 30 gold rolled down here at level 7. They were able to still maintain a good enough chunk that their economy isn't totally dead. But they have been focusing so much on recon, it seems like they've been uncontested, and yet they've been having so much trouble hitting at this stage. Granted, they go into Seasons, who's looking, a little weak, but they have the last stand.
I'm about to say, I'm chomping at the bit to say it, Protro. The last stand from Seasons. It looks like they might be popping it probably a little sooner than they wanted to. But, this augment can give some crazy power to boards to let you turn an 8th into a 4th or a 5th. Oh, we do see the Jubilant Veil, a very flexible augment here.
Well, here's the thing, though. The reroll is still active for Joda. If they want to, because they have a lot of free cost options here and a recon, they can try to reroll to see if they can go for the carry augment for the Kaisa. I'm curious to see if they're going to do that because I think these aren't as exciting to me. Jubilant Veil would be the choice otherwise, though.
There we go. Oh, and another pair. So not the one you want to see, not the carry. It is the support augment for Kaisa, but still, I'm with you. I think that definitely is one. You're re-rolling it, and at worst case, you get a free Kaisa, right? So now you're a little bit closer to the Kaisa 3 power spike. But also, you're right. Like, if you've kind of locked yourself into this road that you're going down with this recon start, so it needs to happen quickly. I want to put this out from Yoda. A really interesting move. It doesn't work out that round, but frontlining the recon Misfortune to try and get her to cast a little faster by taking damage, and then sort of scoot to the backline and fire her ultimate. She did get popped, but a really interesting adaptation and a good try there.
Stop reminding me about Fates. I don't need to remember Spirit Bomb Ari being frontline with Guardian Angel to guarantee that the Spirit Bomb is going to go off. That is absolutely some crazy stuff. But yeah, no, I agree. Good theory. The theory crafting is fun, just didn't pay off at this time. The other thing I got to call out here, though, too, as we move into Kranos' board, this is going more towards that Soraka carry side of things. Unfortunately, though, not quite a Soraka 2. Also very probably uncontested as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Soraka, a very good Very good unit, does amp damage very well. So you can if you can build a strong front line, and if there is an absence of Zed, she's very good at even chewing through these back lines of these like set boards and things like that. We do see them fighting up against Zazu with that Aurelion Soul 2. The Heart Spat on the Zoe, a very, very powerful unit with that Heart Spat comes online.
That is another really good example of a transformative emblem as well. I feel like people forget Zoe is a unit sometimes, and I feel like the Heart Emblem is a perfect way to remember, oh crap, she's really strong, because the carry potential that a Zoe has with the Heart Emblem is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, I would be expecting to see Zazu, if their board kind of keeps on that pace, to sort of be ending up in the top 4 for sure with that Heart Zoe. I think it was Zazu. I think I called that correctly.
Yeah.
Going into stage 4, we do see a spat and a few 5-cost units on the carousel. We'll see if that is able to sort of hit anyone's board like they might need. I don't know if that spat's going to get taken. Can we go back to it, Kranos?
No, Kranos is done with the carousel. They're checking out what's over here now.
Thank you.
It looks like
production.
it was taken by Ryu. Thank you, production.
Yeah, Ryu is taking it, as we're going to see what they might be doing with. Oh, we're not online, Ryu. My bad. But yeah, so we are on board with Zazu here with that powerful Zoe, the Aurelion Soul 2. Just a really strong board. Gadgeting just allows you to play so interestingly. Again, we just get free items out of nowhere. And if one thing we know about TFT is if you're generating free stuff, you're doing a good job.
Yeah, pre-buff Gadgeting too, by the way. Remember, as we're approaching the next patch of TFT, Gadgeting is also, I think, eventually going to start applying resistances as well. So this is only going to get better over time. So if you're taking notes, trying to find the next thing to play, this might be a good angle for you.
Yeah, and the decision to not use this hacker. Now, ProTrade, talk to me about that. Generally, what I have seen is that you don't play the hacker until you get the Echo for the Prankster, so that you have Zoe, so a little bit of safety. But Zazu, it does have the Echo too, and still is electing to not use that Hackram spot.
Well, here, let's hold a minute just so that way we can look at the full board to get a full picture at this stage. Because what I look at when I see this board is a fairly strong front line. It's going to be pretty hard in order for anyone to properly get through it. Oh, hey, look at that. Let's just thumbs up to have a little party here on the board of Seasons right now. But the way I kind of see it, things are strong enough in the front line that Zoe can reliably stay in the back, be blue buff to Hex so she's able to continuously pump out more and more ability power. You don't necessarily need to worry about accidentally sending her to her death.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good adaptation there. Now, we do see, and maybe I caught this wrong, but we are contested on Heart Zoe, right? So we have 2 players that are currently playing Heart Zoe, which is, again, if that was on your bingo card, that's a good call, because it wasn't on mine, I promise.
It was not on mine either.
As we do see a very interesting fight, Yoda come online, the Recon Urgot, which is also very fun to watch. The Kaisa is able to shoot through the front line and take that very, very close fight, and that's one that if you're Yoda, you are exhaling to win.
Yeah, honestly, all very exciting stuff here. And again, things are continuing to tick down here at this stage. Gadgeting still being generated. It's always going to be finding, I think, something useful that at least one of these units are able to do. I'm curious to see how Aurelion is going to also further twist things around.
Yeah, and let's look over there on the right side. We see Seasons now at 5 HP and win streaking, Pertroid. So I'm really interested to see what their board might look like. Does have that last stand still, so does have a little bit of power left in their back pocket to potentially push them into the top 4 here.
You know, it's funny too, because I've had a lot of conversations with Counterfeit about Last Stand. If there's anything that I know that they've taken away from it, is that Last Stand is horrible because it delays so much of your power,
right,
to the point where you basically are just like 1 HP in a drink, truly. And I feel like, first of all, Seasons being able to win streak before it's even procced is a really good thing. They're able to sit here fairly comfortably and say, even though I have 5 HP, I effectively have 2 life left, which is something that most people can't say at that total. All in all that considered, and also very nicely done for Jota managing to hit that free star, which we were, I think, a little bit concerned about earlier. That's all going to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. They are feeling in a good spot now. Yeah, there was kind of a drought of Kaisas going into the end of middle of stage 4, but now again, the itemization is not perfect, but at this point, you've got your power spike, you've got some decent items on Kai'Sa, and she's going to be able to deal with these frontline units a lot better than she otherwise would.
It isn't totally useless. Remember that any bonus crit damage is being any bonus crit strike chance is still converted into crit strike damage, but still it is going to be a little bit worse than, say, what I think core itemization is, which is going to be things like Ginsu's for even further attack speed, as well as even a Shiv just to help make sure that she can melt through some higher magic resistance targets. Now, the one thing I'll say really quickly about that board too is the support augment. I really do like for the Kai'Sa, just because it means that your other recon units are able to also gain her hilarious levels of attack speed. So it can still be a pretty strong win-win.
Yeah, and the interesting choice to stop at Recon 3. We'll see if that kind of bites them in the behind or not. But back on to Cardax's board. Do you see the Sejuani 2 that just came out not too long ago? A Zed with the Hackram, but no items on it. We'll see if he can actually do relevant damage to this board. Not a lot of offensive power coming from Cardax's board currently.
Yeah, and also don't worry about the Ace Anima Squad Renegade Oxforce Misfortune. She can't hurt you. She's not real, but she is on the side of the Ryu, and Ryu's looking pretty scary as a result for it. Are going to take the loss here, but that is a ton of traits and also frontline just to, again, further buff up everything to as high extremes as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see the itemization dropped onto Bel'Veth. BT plus QSS, great items to be for her to carry. Gives her some survivability in the form of shielding as well as CC immunity for a while. So we will see how this goes. I would love to see someone fighting seasons at some point, but I think we might have to just kind of get lucky and see that going forward. But man, a big upgrade there. Zach 2 going to Hackram the Bel'Veth. This unit's going to be doing some crazy damage to the backline.
And really quickly, too, just to call that out, we don't have the perspectives of all these players, which is why we're not checking out Seasons 5 HP in a dream right now. So we are deeply sorry about that, but we will try to call that out and be mindful of it as we look through some other perspectives as we go through. Cardax, though, yes, is still looking exceptionally strong as we go through here, even though they are no longer win-streaking Mr. 100.
Yeah, we talked about Bel'Veth feeling a little underpowered here, but as long as you have a strong front line, she's able to do so much consistent DPS, and we again see the Misfortune finally casting no mana items, so that takes a while. But Cardax has got to be feeling pretty good going into this last carousel that they are going to be able to kind of keep that top 4 streak going as we start to see a separation between the top 2 and sort of the rest of the field HP wise.
Speaking of HP, Joda is in the negative right now, so they aren't even able to check out this last carousel. So that is going to be our first elimination. Pretty rough for Joda. I feel like they were able to start bringing things back a little bit more later into the game, but unfortunately they lost too much HP in the mid game, weren't able to stabilize, and even though they were able to hit good near the end, just wasn't going to be enough.
Yeah, so a 6th and an 8th coming in from Yoda there. So hopefully they will bounce back better next week, and we'll see them again. But a little bit of a rough week too, at least for the games 3 and 4. The Heart LeBlanc here now for Kranos. Very, very powerful unit. It can be casting a lot, and that amped AP damage is going to do so much for LeBlanc and sort of getting through these frontline units.
Yeah. By the way, it is some rainy weather, which means that it's going to be bonus mana, I believe.
Even better. Yeah, bonus mana.
Serves, but honestly, that's not exactly something Soraka needs for the instant cast right now. So I think I'd like to see a bit more of an aggressive positioning with this. Excuse me, why am I forgetting the name of the Janna, even though I said it 5 seconds ago? I'd like to see it a bit more aggressive, just personally as a result, but hey, this is still a really strong board.
Yeah, absolutely. That extra mana generation for the LeBlanc and for the Soraka actually knocks out Zazu going into 6th place. Definitely not where I thought their board would have landed.
Look at 7th, though. Bananas and Pajamas just went down as well. This is going to be absolutely crazy for the state of the lobby, because just think about it like this. Bananas and Pajamas, 1st place last time around. Finishing 7th right here, that means they're only going to be ending today with 10 points and really opens up the rest of the lobby to hit some pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, so Kranos and Cardax, the only 2 left of our top 4 from last game that are still in it. So we might see a full flip of the lobby here as we coming into the end of stage 5. We're on board with Kranos here. Again, that very, very strong mana generating Janna that gives power to the Soraka and the LeBlanc versus Lion Ryu, who is pretty close to 1 or 2 lives.
Also, excuse me, I believe our weather forecast was changed at the last minute. It's not rainy. We misread the particle effects. It's a windy day outside. Not that's going to matter as Kranos goes down. Seasons hits the top 4 without even having to trigger their last stand.
This is honestly, this is crazy. I'm so excited to see what Seasons is going to do. That really, I was thinking that they would pop the last stand and that would sort of project them higher up into the standings, but they've rode a 5 HP to top 4, and then with Cardax taking a big hit there, they're looking at 1 HP. Seasons is cheesing 2 HP, and then you're starting to see the lobby really close in here. Stage 6 is going to be very tight, and it's going to be very fast.
I feel like at this point, Cardax is still, say for example, the favorite for the lobby itself, right? Because they're looking at 2 consistent top 4s. That said, losing a lot of HP pretty quickly, and I'm not quite sure if they can stop the season train.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if they will be able to either. Like I said, unfortunately, we haven't really been able to see Seasons board, so I'm not really even sure what they're running, but I'm sure we'll find out pretty soon.
Surprised we haven't ran into any players that have just randomly hit them at this stage, but I think we have seen that they have been running the Samira just previously, so that can be just pretty dang effective too.
Yeah, and a Warmog's picked up for the Belveth, making them even more tanky and hard to deal with, even more survivability, able to you know. Cardax's goal right now is to get Belveth to Ascension, because once Belveth hits Ascension, you know, they're able to sort of start doing a lot more damage. And then, you know, by the time that she hits Ascension, maybe Misfortune has at least casted. So,
and that's why we see the Warmogs pick up too, because again, this is not a best in slot core Belveth item. I think just plain and simple. But it still does allow for a little bit more delay. Player free though, you run right into a Samira. Samira says, not going to cut it.
Yeah, I know why you were talking about not wanting to hacker him that Zoe, because face checking a Samira at 6-1 is not what you want to be doing. So a big hit from Cardax. He is going to go down into what I believe is 4th. Yep, into 4th place. But Lion Ryu also goes out. So we have player 3X and Seasons as our last 2 players left. And do we have either of their POVs, or are we going to be relying on?
I don't know, but I think Cardax is going to be looking around. Let me tell you, this is so consistently the story of Last Stand, where I undervalue it, my fellow commentators undervalue it, and yet somehow it still seems to work in these tournament settings, because players are just so dang good at understanding their board strength. Look at what we actually finally do get to see what Seasons is running right now. Or Ace, which is absolutely insane. Mordekaiser with the Thieves' Gloves as well, always making sure there's some kind of itemization that's pretty powerful on him.
Yeah, and I'm going to say it now, Protroid. I think Last Stand is terrible because it doesn't look like Seasons even needs it. Like, his board is strong enough, and it's going to be able to take down player 3X here. Most likely not going to be enough to kill, but very, very close. So each player sitting on seemingly 1 HP, but this Last Stand obviously is going to be a big deal as Season does hit the Urgot 2. So I'm going to say it, we're probably going to see a final fight here.
This player's only playing with 2 augments. Mortdog, they're cheating. Stop it. What's going on? Like, this is absolutely crazy. I feel like the only thing I could maybe fault them on a little bit is the fact that they are running the Collector, which doesn't exactly synergize nicely with Ace, but that's just how it goes.
Right. Yeah, it does. The threshold for Collector versus the threshold for Ace is different. So you're not able to sort of really take advantage of the execution there, but it still does give Samira the things that she wants. She wants crit, she wants damage, so she does get plenty of that. As we do see the potentially final fight here, the Samira does get popped, but Misfortune is trying to do her best to hold the line. Now it's just Set and Fiddlesticks left for player X3, as we see a second cast on the Fiddle, and he gets bonked instantly by the Mordekaiser. This is Set left, but is the Set able to hold off this Misfortune sitting on 1 HP? He's got a lot of HP here, but we'll see the cast eventually. Oh, it might be a tie. We'll see this if we get a tie here, but how does Last Stand work with the ties? The game would go over to Seasons if I remember correctly, but we just see 2 massive tanks just whopping each other, as we will see a tie. And the game will go over to Seasons. Last Stand, Protroid. Last Stand.
You know, I feel like this is a metaphor. And
it has to be.
I don't quite know what it's for. But if I had to guess, if I had to Furycraft, I think it's that set is pretty dang strong right now.
I think it's that set is pretty dang strong, and I can safely say that an interaction that I haven't seen before is a tie on 1 HP with Last Stand. Obviously, you would assume that's how that would work, but it's TFT. You never know until you see it, really. But a really, really, really exciting game there. Protroid, we got some, and you were here for all four. We got some bangers today.
Generally, like,
I think we're losing your mic a little bit, Protroid, so we're going to hop over to the predictions just to check them out while we see if we can get that worked out. We do see, again, going back, that game is being taken by Seasons. No, it is on the staff top 4, so we do give that to the staff that they did see Seasons coming in and doing some work here today, but no one else. Oh, I'm crazy. The community. Why would I forget about the community? The community with Seasons at second. I think the community is going to pull ahead in the polls come next week.
Well, look at the final standings in this lobby right now too. Cardax, Kranos, and Player Free X all three ending the day at 11 points, with Bananas and Pajamas at 10. So that is a very close lobby. We still see Cardax continuing their top 4 train, or at least as close to a top 4 train as it can be, with 1/5 place, but we don't talk about that one. It all works out so strongly, and I feel like everyone has something good to walk away with.
Absolutely. And what a fitting way to end our TFT, our game broadcast today, with the set 1v1 into the tie, into the win for Seasons. We do want to remind you that coming up after this, we do have our podcast. So the roll down, is that right? Did I get that right, Protroid?
Yeah, you got it. Don't worry. You got this.
That's awesome. So we will be taking a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for the roll down. Don't go anywhere. Go take a break.
Before we go,
okay.
A few things that we got to talk about. We got some special guests on that podcast. Be sure to look out for Ramen Blitz and Expired, both very talented TFT players. They're good brains to pick. The other thing to talk about is that, hey Decker, where can people find you if they're not on this broadcast right now? Like, you got any social media?
I do. I am that Decker guy everywhere. So Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, everywhere is that Decker guy. Please come say hi to me. I'd love to talk to you about TFT.
Yeah, and I'm Protroid absolutely everywhere. Twitch, Twitter, whatever. Hopefully soon to be YouTube too. But for now, though, I think, as you're saying, we can basically play it out right now as we go ready for the podcast.
So we'll thank you all for joining us for the games today for ACL. Stick around for the roll down coming up in 10 minutes, and we'll see you next week.
Dark clouds move closer, but with a deeper sweat. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a
in, everybody, to the Aegis Roll Down podcast. I'm the Real Honey Bear, here with some guests. We got Ramen Blitz, we got Expired down below me. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day right after the ACL. But first off, introduce the guest, Ramen Blitz. Tell me, who the heck are you? Why are you here? What do you do?
I am the world-renowned top player of Week 1 of the ACL, and that's my only real accolade.
Yo, you love to see it. But you dabble in TFT then, I would say, right?
Oh, just a little bit. I may have played it like 12 hours straight every day for the past maybe few months, so just a little bit.
Little TFT dabbling. Expired. Who the heck are you, man?
I'm a washed-up StarCraft 2 pro turned team owner for the past 8 years. Now TFT magnum opus, as some would say, an absolute developing prodigy. Best known for my phenomenal performance in Week 1 of AML.
Magnum opus? Is that what you said?
Hold on, let me look that up. That is what I said, but I don't know if I'm sticking to it.
No, you used it right.
No, I used it right. All right, bet.
You're good.
I'm like, these are way too big of terms for me.
You forgot to say set 8.5 Worlds winner, too.
This is true. Set 9 world champion.
Set 9
10.
world champion.
Set
Holy
8.5
cow.
ACL champion.
I don't know about
I'm
that.
from the future.
Listen,
Exactly.
you can
Just
win
coming in
worlds,
the
but
future,
winning
that's all.
ACL is tougher.
That's a different beast.
Set 8 AML champion.
Speaking of champions, Ramen, I've never mentioned this to you before or talked to you about this. Is your name by any chance a Naruto reference?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay. Just thought I'd ask. I'm like, I've never
I am
asked
not
that, but I
about
figured
that
I'd-
weeb garbage, let me tell you what.
You don't weeb?
No, I watch so much anime.
Okay.
I was about to
There's
say.
no way. Oh, what's like, what are you watching right now? What's like a good anime you're watching?
Right now, I am too lazy to open Crunchyroll or any pirated anime site, so I just lay there on my phone reading infinite manga and manhwa.
Okay, so you're a manga guy.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on, I'm not like a huge manga guy. What's the difference between manga and manhwa?
Manhwa are Korean webtoons, basically. It's basically manga, but Korean stuff.
And wait,
There's also a
there's a
term
different
for
term
Chinos,
for
but
Chinese too, right?
I don't know that one. I've read a few of them, but I don't really know what it is.
Okay. Oh, so I just know there's different terms for everything, and I forget it. Expired, you're an anime guy.
Not as much as you may think.
Whew, almost switched scenes. That's my bad. That's almost caught it just before I switched it.
Good catch.
Wait, are you watching anything right now?
No, honestly, what am I watching right now? I'm literally watching nothing. I think I watch Mentor Pilot on YouTube, and that's like the extent of it right now.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
That's
fine.
literally it.
What are those? What did you do to him?
He's changing my face.
Oh my god.
We have the
He
face
holds all the
change.
cards.
We have the quick face change here.
APM.
Yeah, shock Spired over there. With the anime conversation. You know, something that I haven't got to talk about with Lawrence. He's not a weeb. He is a weeb, but he's definitely not. He's a wannabe weeb. But Blue Lock, I've been really getting into sports anime, and Blue Lock's been crushing it. Have you watched that at all, Ramen?
I have not, but I've heard Blue Lock is like Haikyuu if Haikyuu was just pure chaos incarnate.
Yes. Are you a Haikyuu fan?
No, I don't really watch sports anime. I'm usually like a fantasy kind of guy.
Kuroko no Basket?
Nope.
Oh, jeez. All right. Well, find your way into those. Dive into the sports anime, because once you get in, it's like, okay, this feels good. It's just a
The only
fantasy, but in the
sport
real
I
life.
care about is team fight tactics.
Chad.
Feels phenomenal, man. But you're a fantasy guy. What's like, before we move on, maybe number one or 1, 2, 3 if like you have to. Best anime of all time.
I don't know if it's the best, but my straight up favorite is Code Geass.
Okay.
Madoka Magica is somewhere in the top 3.
I feel like with
Last
it, I
one.
have to hear Steins Gate, because I feel like Steins Gate goes
I
right
actually
along
never
with-
watched Steins Gate.
You've never seen Steins Gate?
That's something I really need to
Okay,
get to.
watch
Everyone
it
tells
now.
me to.
because the animation's not going to hold up for many more years.
I've
It's
tried
not
to
gonna
get
hold
into
up.
Gundam so many times, but I can't do it because of the animation. It's too
Yep.
rough.
Yeah, watch it now, like tonight. Watch this anime because it's not going to hold up. It's a yikes.
My third would
watched
probably
Blue
be
Lock, I
some
promise.
Fate anime, maybe the third Heaven's Feel movie.
Fate, you said?
I'm a huge Fate fan.
Okay, like all Fate, or do you think some Fate is garbage?
Well, some of it is garbage, but I'm like very embedded into like the fandom. Like I've watched every single thing, read every single thing, almost.
Okay. I mean, the Fate series has some of the, like, I feel like we're spoiled with the Fate series animation. It's so good that, like, you flip to some other fantasy anime and it just does not compete.
Yeah, I
it's like,
noticed that because I went on this insane isekai binge on Crunchyroll. Just click the tag for isekai and watched everything, and it's
Yes.
like I went from UFO Table, like Unlimited Blade Works, most insane fight scenes in the world,
Yeah.
and then I watched this like low budget like Disney Channel sitcom level production, a garbage isekai. It's so bad.
It, like, if you take some of the Fate fights and then you look at, like, have you watched Naruto?
I have, yeah.
So, like, no offense to Naruto, great anime, but some of those action scenes, like, the animation's just god awful. And then you flip back and you're like, this is what it could have been. Like,
It's like
it could have been this.
You look at all the old head like comic panel almost Naruto fights, and then you take a look later at like Shippuden with like Guy versus Madara, and it's like, oh, that's a fight.
Yes. Yeah, but the end of the pain fight, it's not. Ugh. Jeez. They just like they ran out of budget or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
They ran out of something.
Any of the like long form like huge 5 million episode anime, Naruto, Bleach, whatever, looks so bad half the time, which made the new Bleach season very good.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm gonna be honest. Have not seen it. I actually never caught up on Bleach. Never watched the whole thing.
That's fair. I'm not like if you haven't caught up on any of these several hundred episode anime, like that just means you're a better person.
I will preface for anybody who doesn't know me, I am a dubbed watcher. I watch dubbed. Roast me if you need
is
to, but
wrong
dubbed
with you?
is superior in my opinion for my lifestyle. So I watch dubbed. I don't care if
This
you watch
is something
dubbed. It's great, but
I've always wanted to say ever since you said that. I used to think anime was cringe and never funny. I thought comedy anime was the most garbage, inhumane,
Really?
sweatshop, forced to watch thing ever. And then I watched a comedy anime and dub, and it's like, wow, turns out delivery matters when you're delivering a joke.
That's really
That's
funny.
crazy. So I think any comedy anime is unwatchable subbed. Straight
that's
up.
fair.
The real question is, have you seen the abridged series of DBZ?
Of course. That's the
Classic.
goat.
Yes. Delivery is perfect on every beat.
That's very funny. I've been I fell into some DBZ TikToks lately.
Haven't
and
we
it's-
all?
Yeah, it's just once they start, like once you start and you like one, then it's like they flood in and you're like, oh, this is great. I would wish that I could get out of that phase, but they're still great, so I keep liking them. But the Tournament of Power, we watched Super.
Of course.
So Tournament of Power, Frieza versus Jiren. They had like a dub over of Frieza talking about power levels with Jiren.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Going
I know what you're talking
like,
about.
what's the power level of your family? Nothing, because they're dead.
They're
like,
dead.
what's the power level of
Better
grandma?
than dead.
Like, grandma. Like, what's grandma's power level in the ground? Nothing. I'm like, oh, that's so good. Oh man.
I feel like Team 4-Star evolved fan dubs to like an insane degree, and now like they're
Yes.
all very good quality.
Full agree. Full
Huge agree.
If they made like, I almost wish that dubbed was a little bit slower so that like they could collab with like whoever's doing it, Funimation, Crunchyroll, you know, YouTube or Netflix or whatever. Like they collab a little bit and find some really funny things. As long as the creators are okay with it, right? It's like obviously the creator has to be okay with you changing the lines.
Especially
but man,
ghost stories.
there are some funny lines.
no.
Oh, Ghost Stories! I haven't seen it. I just know that they said, "Screw it, write whatever you want." Is that
It's
correct?
wild. Yeah, because it flopped so hard in Japan that what they just gave the dub writers like free reign to do whatever they wanted.
Is
And it shows.
Is it worth watching? Is it good enough to watch?
It's very funny.
Okay.
It's very funny.
All right, I'll end up giving it a shout. But you know what? Speaking of that, we should probably actually move on to meta news, because we've talked anime way too long. But the biggest thing with meta news right now that I want to briefly touch on, or make any points that we want to, is Defender Cup was happening. Big event. It was the first event for North American professional quote unquote play, and we had quite a substantial amount of Aegis players in there. I believe we actually had 10 players make it to day one, which is by far the most we've ever had. One of them is still going. So if you guys have not checked out Defender Cup, check it out. You can even leave here and watch the VOD afterwards, because Pitsy is still on a roll, I believe. Unless they've made like a cut to game 5 and he didn't make it. Don't know, but he is on a roll right now, so go check out Pitsy playing over there. And still rocking day 4 of the Defender Cup.
I believe Pitsy's still middle of the pack, and there's still 3 games to go.
Is there still 3?
Yes, there's 4. Oh no, there's only 5 games, so 2 more games left.
2 games?
He's right behind Soju right now in 18th, according to the sheet.
Okay. And you have it's lobby 6 keeps the points, right? Is that correct? Or game 6 keeps the points, and then it's just top 8 play?
I'm unsure if this. I don't actually know the format. So there's a 6th game for the top 8 then?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Huh.
I imagine they would reset it.
Somebody
but
in chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I actually don't think there's a reset. I think it's just full go through.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Man, I hope not. If Pitsy comes in an 8th, I would like a full reset. Give him a chance to win. That'd be sick. That would be the second time we've had an Aegis player win, a huge event like this. Scipius being the first, winning the Golden Spatula last set, and then Pitsy looking to be the second player to ever do that for, being an ACL player, if you will, which is just insane.
I mean, Pitsy farmed ACL last week.
I mean, you know who farmed harder?
Say it.
I don't actually know. I don't know. Expired, do you remember? I don't remember. Some washed
I'll have to
up
put
guy.
some thought into it.
Some washed up player. Doesn't even keep a Naruto reference in his name.
Was it some guy named Soup? That doesn't
Soup.
seem right.
Oh, Soupy Lightning? I think that guy, yeah.
I think it was Soupy Lightning. Took the words out of my mouth.
Wait, do you have a Smurf named Soupy Lightning?
No, I don't. I
Okay,
should make it
create that
though.
right now.
Where someone steals it.
Yeah, go snag it. Insta Soupy Lightning. If I'm looking at my games and I find a Soupy Lightning into my their way into my solo queue, I'm scared.
Just know you're getting farmed.
I'm scared. Oh my gosh, that's phenomenal.
Bring it,
But yeah,
Soupy.
some of the we had a ton of players actually make it through. I don't want people to feel sad if they got day 1, because I think it's extremely cool that we got day 1, or people got into day 1. So shout out to anybody who made it there. Trade, big shout out to him moving on, making it to day 3. Just missed out on day 4, which was heartbreaking if anybody watched it. You two said you didn't watch it, correct?
I was watching AML and ACL the whole time. Well, playing an ACL the whole time.
Yeah.
That's fun.
So Trade actually lost out by 1 point. So that was a heartbreaker to miss it. Last game, he ended up getting 7th and missed out by the 1 point. So yeah, what a heartbreaker. It felt like because day 1 we had like Keynes, Cramsey, those guys
Jesus
sitting
Timo.
around it as well. Jesus Timo.
Yep.
Within, so we had Cramsey, Keynes within, all at 25 points, with the cutoff being 27. And it's like, that sucked. Like that they're all right there.
That was a knife to the chest for sure. That
Not
hurt.
making it through. Yep. But yeah, and then Jesus Timo, KPK was also in there. Big shout out to KPK. If I'm missing anybody, I apologize. There's a lot of names in there. Ramen, are you making it
Yeah.
next round? Is that a goal of yours?
For a corruption cup, you mean?
Corruption Cup. Yep.
Some things aren't looking so good in these reptilian right game minds. Like I'm down. I think I'm under 200 LP right now somehow, which is very cool of me.
Is Expired gonna pass you?
It's
Yes.
possible. It's very possible. I mean, it's definitely a goal. I'm assuming that I don't actually know the second cup in the set, like the LP threshold usually, but I imagine it's going to be closer to 1000 LP. So I feel so that's my current goal, but of course it's a bit of a struggle right now.
Mhm.
For whatever reason, how bad I do in solo queue is inversely indicative of how well I do in ACL. So we take the small victories.
Yeah. So it's looking good this week then for you to climb.
Well, I did above average, meaning I'll do slightly below average in solo queue.
Okay. Okay. That's fair.
True.
That's fair. Expired. Where are you at in solo queue? How's the climb going?
Cutting. I feel like the bell curve of ranked players has caught up to me now, and some of these lobbies are just absolute clowns. But then I still have my low games where it's like, oh, I should not be playing when I'm this tired. I just went 7th. Whoops. I shouldn't have done that.
That's a rip.
But outside of that, I feel like as long as I keep a good streak together, it'll be pretty easy to skyrocket at least a couple hundred before I'm back to the level where Master Zero was a month ago. And then I might plateau and hit another wall in terms of skill. Also, I'm not passing Ramen. That was a joke. Not happening. He's going to get up to 1K later this week.
Maybe at the new patch. after I'm done with this podcast, I'm not playing TFT. I am playing Fire Emblem because that just came out.
There
Maybe
you
I
go.
will pass him. Me set, me no pivot, no scout. Cloak opener always.
So if you're looking to play some solo queue, Ramen won't be there, so that's one less person you have to worry about. So there it is.
Every time I encounter an ACL player in solo queue, I just get farmed.
Do you?
I found Knickknack 19, I think his name is, on solo queue like a day ago. I went fast 8th.
I mean, this is no surprise to anyone. Anytime I find ACL members in solo queue, I also get farmed.
That's crazy. I wouldn't have expected that.
Yeah, who knew? Who knew?
I expect you to farm them.
I don't see them anymore. They're all gone. But yeah,
Must have
back
passed
in the
them, then.
early season, I was like, son of a gun. Like, how in the world is Big Bro Keens in my lobby? Like, this is not fair. I don't feel good.
I run into AML players from time to time. They're always very friendly, but I've had very good luck against them because I have yet to about 4 with them in my lobby, and I think the 2 or 3 times I have both were firsts.
Feels great, man.
For sure.
That's a feels
It's just
awesome.
luck. It's just my turn with luck, that's all.
Ramen, you told me you were gonna come prepared with the highest tech of meta. Do you prepare anything? What are we seeing? What's like the solo queue wonder right now? What should people be looking for to play?
Let me preface by saying I spent all day yesterday, like let's say 12, 13 hours just grinding solo queue in the inhospitable mines. And all I learned was that Jack sucks. I tried. Because if you guys watched the Soju tournament a few days ago, I think it was Solus just kind of farmed everybody with Jax, and I could not get that to work. I think I'm down. I was down 100 LP on the day just trying to figure it out. But other than that, it's just the usual. MF, set, either set or pranksters for your front line. LeBlanc 3 is kind of sick, but other than that, it feels very samey as last week.
Just run set.
Just run set.
Just run and set. Play Ace, play Sure Shot Samira.
Ace, Samira. Is that it? It feels honestly, watching the games, it feels like that's it. Unless like you hit a Zoe augment or something, you get a hard emblem, like you can run that. But it's like reroll comps.
Renegades is also very good.
Renegade's good.
I played my last ACL game was the sickest board I've ever built. It's just 4 recon, but one of those recons is Viego. Plus, I had a Renegade spat. So I was just running 3 Renegade, 4 recon with a Viego for some reason. That thing was cool. Then I got
That is
Z3'd,
horrible.
and I was like, oh, okay, fun's over.
That gives me nightmares. That sounds really scary to play against. I don't want to position against a
It
Viego
was
with
so
a
funny.
recon spat.
Viego runs away, then whoop, slams in.
What is, just a curiosity for myself, for Lawrence, and any other rerollers out there? What's the best one cost reroll right now? What do you reroll?
It has to be Talon. Talon reroll is even without either Talon augment, either Camille augment, or Viego augments. Talon reroll, it's just so crazy. If you hit Talon 3 early enough, you basically have a free level 8. And from then, it's probably the most flexible reroll in the game, because now you can reroll Camille if you had a lot of Camille's and admin's good. Now you can play Viego and duo carry Viego. Now you can vertical Ox Force, or now you can go 6 Renegade. There's just so many possibilities with Talon reroll. It's like the least brain dead comp there is. That's the only way I could describe it.
Deals.
You
Expired.
don't have a corner anymore.
I'm gonna put you on the real hot spot here. Expired. You ready for it?
Go for it.
All right. What do you reroll if it's not? What one cost reroll if it's not Talon? The world is awaiting your answer.
I mean, it's probably got to be Ashranectin. If it's not
Can you
Talon
still
and you're
run that?
forcing me, yeah, well, because Laser Core is decent for tempo. But if you're holding a gun to my head and you're forcing me to not reroll Talon, but it has to be a one cost, it's probably got to be Ashranectin.
Okay.
Or Silas, just to spite you and still play the Renegade line. Honestly,
You still
actually,
get
changing
it.
my answer to Silas. Yeah, you still get it. You
No,
just
no, no, I'm
allow
running
your enemies to have a
Ashranectin.
corner.
We're gonna have everybody in solo queue that's like diamond below is gonna be running Ashranectin. Good luck. Expired says it's great.
Oh, chat's right. Wukong and Lulu, they are brazy. I got farmed by a growth spurt Lulu like this morning. That thing is insane still.
The
I thought
augment
your
for
answer
that.
was gonna be Wukong. I feel like Wukong is a solid one.
I feel like with
Wukong's good
Wukong,
even
I'm not
without
really rolling for him though. I'm like just looking to sack him for set leader.
Why
Unless
can't you
I
just
cyclone.
roll him?
No Cyclone.
I mean, can you run Wukong with like a rapid fire cannon, Ginsu's, any damage item in the back line,
Well-
and just let him go?
Don't run RFC Wukong.
Why
It's
not?
like
You can't
running
run RFC
RFC on
Wukong?
Lulu. You can't cast.
Yeah, you don't need a cast for. You need a cast for. Let him bonk.
True.
Just bonking. We
Let
love
him
Bonky Kong.
bonk.
Bonk is good.
Does this cast do anything? I mean, it does, but like, does it actually? Like, I'm not convinced.
The first
No,
time
definitely
you
not.
get Cyclone Wukong supered is the day you change as a man.
All right, what if I just start doing it to people? Maybe that's what I need.
Same thing.
Super Wukong, just slapping everybody. What's the Wukong items? What are we building?
I imagine BT Titan's Ionic Spark off the top of my head.
That
if you're
doesn't
playing
sound
Cyclone.
carry.
That
Hey,
is carry.
That's
That is
carry?
absolute carry.
Ionic Spark's
Yeah.
carry?
You full heal, you one-shot everybody around you, and then you move on with your life.
Spark is always centered for max shred.
It's why Viego runs Spark all the time. It's like it's BIS if you can't have it on a tank.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, there's my solo queue adventures that I'm going to be running from this point forward.
Oh no.
Only monkey.
That's all right. Hey, I'm P. What am I? Plat 2? I'm good. I can run anything in Plat 2. I'm playing
True.
Plat 2 on my phone, like while holding a child on my chest. So it's like I'm not worried.
Mobile gamer buff.
That's right. That's right. Speaking of which, let's slide on in. Weeklies, we actually did not have a weekly this time around, so no weeklies. Weeklies should be back this week, so be on the lookout in the Discord. For some admin, one of the admins, pinging about the weekly. But moving on to AML, ACL, AAL. Is there one you guys want to start with? Do you guys want to start with AAL because it was the lowest league and kind of work our way up?
I'm down.
Thing. Admittedly, I'm not the most familiar with AAL, but I've been looking at these at the scoreboard, the group standings, and the top half is very, very close.
Very close. By any chance have you looked at some of the players, because they're looking at the top. I personally am shocked when I look at these players thinking this is, it's a diamond league, quote unquote. There are a few Masters players in there, people who are hitting Masters now. But there are, I believe, 3 or 4 of the top 8 are plat players.
Yeah, they're really farming. I guess it just goes to show flat diamond no diff, I guess. Because they
Focus
are
is a Masters player.
Did he just hit Masters? Is that why he's in here?
He barely hit Masters before. So we allowed him to come in. So it was like touched Masters and then went like 10 LP 0 0 0 0 0 10 LP 0 0 0 0. We're like, you're good.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Like, we're not gonna argue it too much. He's like, I'm just gonna get farmed. I have friends in the other lobby, so I'm like, okay, we make exceptions wherever possible. And so, but yeah, he's doing really well for himself. But then you have somebody like Blue Nose. I think is what his name is.
Blue Nose 2, yeah.
Blue Nose 2. Yep. Just hit D4. He's 345 games in. And so it took him 340 games to hit D4. So grinding player, somebody who is, a true D4 player, top in the lobbies. I'm like, well done. That's freaking awesome. And I really hope that a player like this can hit Masters.
I imagine the existence of a league like the AAL is extremely rewarding to players like this, just grinding, finally hitting their goal of Diamond 4, and now they have a place to show off their skills, and that's the AAL.
Not to mention, this guy, looking at his history too, like he's always been Plat 1 D4, or Plat 3 P1, P1, P1. Like, since set 1, he's always been either Plat or Diamond. There's been no exceptions. So being able to, like, prove to yourself that you can actually compete, that would do wonders for my morale. I would bet good money that he's going to hit Master if he puts in work on ladder this season.
I really hope so, because players like this, and obviously this is, I don't want to call it like a farming ground, but it kind of is to work your way from the AAL into the AML. Same thing for the AML, work your way, up to the ACL at some time. And it's like that easy stepping stone, if you will. And watching these players and getting to see their improvement throughout the weeks, and just looking at all the stats from before, these are the guys that I'm like, oh, like, you're so close. Like, if you can compete already in a league, you have a chance to hit, to do decent in AML. You just have to, get the solo queue luck or put the solo queue grind in and make your way to it.
Couldn't agree more.
For sure. Some other players I want to shout out. We have some old school players who have been here forever. Fire Hedgehog still making it into playoffs. Batman is hanging out, making it to playoffs right now. Looking forward to continue to watch those guys play. Have either of you ever had an opportunity to play with Fiery Hedgehog or Batman?
I have with CG Batman, I think, in a weekly. I don't quite remember.
I'm pretty sure I played CG Batman a single time on PvE ladder this set, and that was it.
Oh, that's fine. Well, hey, at least you know the name. Yeah, good guys, been around for a while, played in the AML. Actually, I believe Batman played in the first league when it was just one. So happy to see they actually have like a league that's, their skill right now, finding themselves in the AAL. Even though last year, or 2 years ago, 2 sets ago, they did really well in the AML, didn't do as well this last set, so decided to go to the AAL, but excited to see them keep going. However, anybody else you guys want to shout out with that, or ready to move on to AML?
Good to move on.
I'm happy to move on. I'm excited to see AAL playoffs, with that being said. I hope it's broadcast somewhere for that part.
It will not be.
Unlucky.
I don't think so. If we can swing it, we will. It's not that we don't want to. It's just it is also played at the same time of AML, so it's hard to actually get it streamed. So
you can only have so much bandwidth to begin with. I get it.
Correct. There is talk. I'll do the little spoiler of trying to get people's POVs for that, so we have an opportunity to kind of peek in, if you will, of just kind of gently look while we're at an intermission or get an analyst test going, so where we can peek in to the AAL to talk about some of these players, especially some of the players who are up there at the top, because hopefully we're going to see them in the AML next set, so on the broadcast, and Kind of like League of Legends does it, with their academy stuff. Hoping to get to see those players move forward. So giving them a little bit of screen time is always lovely. But anyways, enough talking about the AAL. AML expired. What the heck's going on in the AML?
Oh man, you want to hear about my week?
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm hearing about. How did your week go, man?
Terribly. I got AT&T gapped, bro. I wake up to no internet again for the second day. Yeah, after it was working the previous day because someone ran their car into an internet box, which caused an outage in my entire area. And so it only got fixed in time for me to join my second lobby, where I was still mental boomed, not from low roll, but from AT&T. So I think my point total was an automatic 8th in game 1. I got 3 points in game 2, and then I went 8th again in game 3, and then I gapped the lobby and went first in my last game of the week, where I was like actually out of mental boom mode. So I limped into an acceptable finish.
Give you the acceptable finish, expired face.
Exactly.
That's what
It's
I would
good
see.
enough. Yeah. Look, I'm still gonna top 8 at the end of the set, or at the end of the season rather. I'm not too worried. It sucks to have a down week like this, but also to finish it out with a first and make it tenable is pretty good. I also think AML is really, really tight on the top end. Like between 8th, 45 points, and me, 34 points, is 11-point diff. So I could very easily make it up in a week. I just need to actually have internet and have good mental, like I usually do.
Yeah, all you need is the one good week, and you're right in top 8 contention.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like middle of the pack is also super tight, with you being tied with 4 other players or 3 other players.
Yeah.
Like that's even like a tight race, right? Like it feels like it's so close at any cutoff point that you want to look at, which is pretty exciting.
Absolutely. I just feel good. August is ahead of me, and I know I'm going to gap him. And I mean, I hope Dot's in my lobby next week. That's all I'm going to say. It's always reassuring when you get, these super easy players in your lobby that you play with all the time. You know them super well. Also, I just wanted to shout out Asami Ray or Reina.
Right.
She went first in my first lobbies. The first one I didn't even get to see, but she went first. I'm like, whoa, okay. And now she's top 8. Killing it.
She's crushing it.
Absolutely correct.
But I do wanna reach back to August, the terrible player that he is. I am on the personal belief that he is so bad. I don't think we're gonna allow him to play week 1 playoffs. I think we're just gonna push him right to week 2.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that's the way to go. You have to give him that buff. Otherwise, how's he going to get there, right? I mean,
Yep.
You'll let him into the top 8, and, you're guaranteeing me an easier matchup in week 2 myself. So I respect it, and I really appreciate that, to be honest.
Yeah, what a terrible player there. Yeah, gonna find themselves in the top 8. But kind of both of you guys, and I know Ramen, this isn't your area of expertise. What are a player or some of the players that you see in the top 8 that you don't think are actually going to make it to the top 8 at the end of the playoffs? And then is there a player or two, kind of in that chunk, in that pack down below, that might find a way to the top 8? Anybody can start.
I can't imagine any of these top 8 players will honestly drop out, but obviously that's entirely dependent on how cracked our performers are down in the bot 40. But like, for example, like Tarzan, I think is just a crazy good player. Looking at all these names, it's Tarzan and Owen that I think are like some of the best players here. Like, which is funny because Owen is currently ranked 30, so I don't really know what's going on. But Owen just like went past 500 LP in solo queue. So I think Owen is at his all-time LP peak, but is probably just, I don't know, he's just throwing or something. He's giving everybody else a chance, but I think Owen and Tarzan are some of the best players here. And then of course Purple Pouring. He's gonna climb up.
He's cracked. Do you think, Owen being like he's definitely not mathematically out of top 8, right? But it is going to be an extremely hard climb in the next 2 weeks if he's actually going to make it. Do you think he's got a chance? I mean, we know he's a good enough player, but do you think he'll make that push?
This is the guy who farmed Setsuko on ladder. He'll make it.
You think so? Top 8?
I think so. It's definitely possible. I mean, honestly, if he sucks at AML, apparently his ladder is better. So if he starts dropping 300 LP in solo queue, then I think Owen's 100% top 8.
Maybe that's the key. I mean, you need to start like sniping him and just be like, "You're going to lose. I'm going to beat you."
He's out of my league now. He's 300 LP above me. I can't reach him.
You can't reach
snipe.
that. Woo! I mean, I tried to snipe you the other day. I think we were in call. I was trying to snipe you. Couldn't get there.
It was just unlucky.
Yeah,
I think that's just Riot being Riot.
I'm not sure why they didn't put me in your lobby. We're obviously the same elo, so yeah, I didn't get it.
It just goes to show the insane flaws in the matchmaking systems of TFT. It doesn't make any
Spaghetti code
sense.
for sure.
No doubt.
Expired. Same question over to you, man. Who's not making it? Who's making the push for it? You can't say yourself.
I can't say myself.
Nope.
Then there's only 7 to name in the top 8.
I mean, who else is pushing? Who could make that push?
Who are you cutting out of top 8?
Who am I? Okay, starting with who am I cutting out of top 8?
Or a few players. Obviously, all these players are like really good, and they're most likely, if they're not top 8, they're going to be really pushing for it.
I agree.
Who could you see sliding out to give yourself a room?
Honestly, Pouring is awesome. All of these players are awesome, and I think they're great. Just before I even talk about it, but Pouring probably just because he's kind of bottom of the pack. When I'm thinking about this, I'm more so thinking about points and less about where I think their max potential could go, right? Because I think that Ragunas is like 5 points away from having the absolute max. This guy is just an insane high roller. He's cracked at the game. He stole a first from me with the Soraka 3. Still salty from last week. But anyways, I think Tarzan's pretty secure. Ragunas is secure. They have really big point totals. I don't know Moldiver Maniac. Hatch, I could see falling out if he doesn't, like, if there are, I don't know when the next patch is, but if he doesn't adjust to meta changes in the next 2 weeks, I could see him falling out. With that being said, I think August is pushing to top 8 100%. I also really think Dot's going to be right on the edge of it. If he doesn't quite make it, he'll be right there with how much time is left. Trying to think. Also, Skylar's kind of nuts, so I could expect him to have a really swingy week where he places like 1-1, 2, or 1. You know what I mean? Where they have huge
really
breakout potential. Yeah. And so the further down they are, obviously the better of a week they have to have. But these point totals are so close that if you ask me again at the end of week 3, I still wouldn't really know, because I think the league is so swingy right now on the middle and top end.
For sure. Someone I wanna bring up, because I think for us looking at it, I think it's pretty obvious they're gonna scale. But I'm interested to see when you guys think they're actually gonna start scaling up. Is gonna be Grape and Crazy Pete. Obviously, I hold them both in extremely high regard. I think Pete is a phenomenal player. Grape needs to actually play. But I think Grape is just really good either way. But what are your guys' thoughts? Do you think, one, I do believe they're going to make it to playoffs. I think if you count them out of playoffs, you're crazy. But how far do you think they can go? And at what point do you think they're going to turn it on?
I think I can't speak for Grape because I am not familiar with the meta of World of Warcraft. But for the Crazy Pete, I'm pretty sure next week. Well, does he play next week or do they alternate?
I believe they alternate, but I'm not 100% sure if it's the exact 50-50 split.
Okay. Well, in the next time Crazy Pete plays, he's going to be cracked. Mostly because I told him I would VOD review him, but I still think he's going to be cracked.
I agree. The next week that Pete plays, I think it's going to bring up their average enough. Because I think all that Pete is missing right now after talking to him and discussing his gameplay is like understanding the meta completely. But he's right there. So the next time he plays, I'm kind of expecting an all top fours, and he'll get those hot streak points and launch into playoffs being secured.
For sure.
Cash money.
Cash money.
We didn't name them, but another player I think that we should watch to possibly make it into top 8 from the bot 8 is 4-1. I think that he's actually a pretty good player.
4-1 made it. Did 4-1 make it to finals last set?
I don't quite remember.
I was trying to think about that. Yeah, they're absolutely a phenomenal player. I'm excited to see them move forward. I'm not sure how their solo queue's been going off the top of my head, but a great player. I'm excited to see how far they can go, especially because they're a player that keeps coming back. And we just see them time and time again. So, for sure. And then,
I mean, experience in competitive environments can't be understated to how much it could increase your point total.
Agree.
for sure.
It is a massive difference. This game is completely mental, just like any other competitive title, honestly.
Yeah, it's almost more mental, right? It almost feels like it because, like, you have to focus and not make a single mistake. And nothing is, not many comps are just kind of plug and play, don't do anything, walk away from your computer. Especially, I feel like right now, they're not as, walk away. And so it's interesting to see these minute differences from players, and that just like one small thing can change the entire game.
The big thing is, in my opinion, that you're on this 4-game sprint, right? And if you mental boom game 1 and you go fast 8, then you get the lowest roll of your life, the worst beat. You need to still be able to play the other 3 games, or your points are screwed. You're gonna go 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. I think that's really the most important thing, is that endurance and resilience to just turn around and say, well, next. Go
For
next.
sure. Anybody else want to shout out? We're on move to ACL.
I think we talked about everybody that I know. Good for ACL.
Swing on into
Same
ACL.
here.
Just finished. ACL did. There were some studs this week, to say the least. Somebody I want to point out, they were on broadcast. Last Cardax absolutely crushed it. Within, however, I believe took the highest point total of the week and really felt like they were dominating this week.
Honestly, Within farmed me in the lobby we were in.
He was really, really good. He went, let's see, what was it? First, second, and I believe it was it 2 first seconds?
A third.
Oh, he did get one
First,
third.
second,
so
first, third.
First, second, first, third. But what a run from that guy. Just absolutely incredible. And then the last Cardax did have the double firsts in his first 2 games, and then struggled in the second 2 games, getting a fourth and a third. But
At least well enough to top the standings in general, right?
yeah.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
4 points above me. He's currently number 1 in all of ACL.
Yeah, absolutely dominated this week. Super hyped to see. So KPK also, had a good week. Very standard. Had 24 points both weekends. So that's kind of cool to see that they're still up there. And somebody that I think made a slight turnaround was Scipius. I think they did pretty well this week.
I'm looking at Scipius. He has the same exact points this week as he had last week.
Yeah,
He's just
22.
consistently good.
Consistently good. Yeah, I guess. 22 and 22.
Yeah.
But finds himself into playoffs.
I have no doubt that Scipius will probably pass all of us. Let's all be real. Let's be realistic. Scipius is gonna go 30 points week 3 and 4, if that's at all possible.
Yeah. 100%.
I think the biggest swing was definitely within, like you mentioned, from 8 points last week to 29 this week.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Huge.
He just turned him, it just clicked. Just click moment.
Yeah, I am not sure what happened there, but something wild happened.
I mean, mind you, the first week of ACL, that was first day of the new patch, right? Or the B patch? Or was it
B
before
patch.
B patch, right? So not everybody was fully adjusted to it, but given time, all of the players here are challenger caliber. They're all gonna figure it out. They're all gonna have amazing showings.
Yeah, and this was I don't know if this had to play, but it might have been something. Let's see. I don't think they missed any games. Anyways, I don't think Within missed any. No.
Mm-mm.
So it was just a tough week for him. But my thoughts with it was one day after day one of Defender Cup. So I wonder if that had something to do with it. If like nerves were getting to him, he was just like not having a good day. Could have been. So wonder if that was it. But hyped to see them bounce back with a.
Yeah, anyone who got a limited day one of Defender Cup, I just automatically assume they got maybe 5 to 10 less points than they normally would have gotten in ACL, just because of the mental boom. Let's be real.
Yeah, I definitely can't argue with that. It's for sure something.
All mental.
Going through the exact same question here, looking at players in the top 8 here. Is there anybody you guys are thinking like, wow, that player like might drop out? They had some good weeks, but might find their way out. And then is there anybody kind of running down the standings that you're like, that player is going to make a run and they're going to be in the top 8?
It's really hard to say because all these players are so good. Like the only reason I'm gonna say Sevic is because I literally don't know who that is. But I'm pretty sure they're top 8 right now. They have to be a cracked player, right? But since I don't know them, maybe they drop out. But
so they're rank 3 on LATAM South.
Okay, they're not dropping. I'm going to say it right now. That's my prediction. They're staying top 8.
They're a pretty good player.
If anything,
that's a name you should know. Now you know him.
I now know. If anything, I'm probably the least like clouded player here. Peaked 510 LP. So if anyone's gonna drop, it's probably me. And the people who are gonna take my spot, one of either Shining Star, Keynes, Trade, Within, Pitsy. Like these players are too cracked.
Absolutely. Expired, any thoughts?
I mean, at this level, Variance takes more control than almost anything when we're talking about like maybe the top 16 to top 20, right? Because everyone that is established here knows how to play the game at this level, and there are still things they can improve on, I'm sure, but based on the gameplay that I've seen, Variance plays the biggest factor in terms of their decision making and in terms of the point totals within that band specifically. So I think it's a crapshoot, to be honest. I don't think we're going to know who's going to be top 8, and I don't think I have any semblance of a clue until week 4.
For sure. The spread from rank 1 to cut off of playoffs, which is rank 24, is rank 24 is at 37 points. The top performer is at 56, which that might mean absolutely nothing to people. But to put it into context, AML, which we were just saying is very close, the top player is at 59, with the bottom being at 34. So still a little closer, even though the top player of AML does bring it up a few points. It's still very, very close. And even just that 2-point difference or 3-point difference in the spread makes it unbelievably close and tough to call either way. A player I do want to shout out, and just to see like your guys' thoughts on them and if they're gonna make a comeback, is Arrow 1v9. Are they obviously winner of last set? Are they gonna make a comeback, and or when are they gonna make the comeback and make that big push?
I have to imagine Arrow 1v9 is going to shore it up and come back. Like, there's a reason he went so far last set. I mean, before week 1 of ACL, me and Jesus Timo were peepo shaken at the thought of Arrow possibly being in one of our lobbies. So if there's anyone who's going to come up, it's him. And of course, Jesus Timo himself. So we'll see.
For sure.
They need to dig deep. They need to dig deep from these points. Again, once that top band is there, like that 37 on, it's still close, but they still need to dig deep and make sure they're consistent on game day. There's only 8 lobbies left in terms of determining the playoff, whether they make it or not. I just think they need to play in form for all 8 of those lobbies, and I would have no doubt that they'll make it to playoff contention at least, like that top 24 cutoff. Top 8, I don't know.
Inversely, even number 1 right now with Last Card Axe isn't safe at 56 points. Like, per week you can get, like, if you look at his week 2, he got 27 points. I mean, let's say he bought fours every single game. Like, the points are large enough that very easily any of the last place players can come up to the top, and any of us could drop out of top 24 even. It's very easy to happen.
This is true.
For sure. Yeah, fully agree with that. Like, just how volatile it possibly could be. Is there anybody looking on the outside, looking in, that you guys think, needs to start kicking in or might miss out that probably shouldn't? I know I'm looking
got a
at
name.
like, I think Cramsey is a phenomenal player. He needs to kick it in a little bit. Obviously, we talked about him. Jesus, Timo, Arrow, need to kick it in a little bit. But one that I really think, had a blunder of week 1. I know this player was also trying to make it to Defender Cup, so there could be some mental of just working so hard to try to make that. They unfortunately didn't make it, and so it might be like the oh crap, I missed it, and now I got to play ACL. But Chandler, it's Chandler GG or Chandler 14362. I don't know what those numbers stand for, but I think they're an amazing player, and I'm actually shocked to see them down at 39th right there with the 29 points.
This is CPV, Andrew, right? Or are we looking?
Chandler.
Oh, Chandler.
Yeah, rest in peace, CPV Andrew is actually not playing the set, so R.I.P. Andrew.
Unlucky.
From
Seth?
what I've seen from Chandler, he's pretty cracked. So I would expect him to be one of the players in contention to come up. Yeah, Cramsey for sure. I feel like should be up here. The entire water park crew with Seth Kaiba, Mocha, Renegade, they should be up here. It's honestly, all these players are way too good that it's way too volatile to tell if any of us are staying in top 8.
That's fair. Yeah, peaked last week at 755 LP was Chandler.
Dang.
Yeah, so I think that was his peak anyways, from what I'm seeing here. But yeah, pretty high. I feel like that's I don't know. One, it's tough to get to just 500 in general. But to push it a couple hundred past that is pretty dang good. You'd think it would get you into playoffs, but maybe not.
It's way more than I've ever been able to do. So they're crazy. These players here, I cannot overemphasize enough. They are crazy.
Quick tangent though, Ramen. I don't know if you saw this when I typed in AML general. This was actually before week 1. Did you read when I put down that we had stronger lobbies in the ACL than the Defender Cup?
I did read that.
And that's like it. I mean, it's kind of memey, but it's not actually a meme. Our lobbies, every single lobby was actually stronger than every single lobby in the Defender Cup for week 1 of ACL, based off of, ranks, if you will, average ranks, which is just incredible. Obviously, it's different because we have LATAM players, EU players, North America players. We're pulling from everywhere. But if you look at that, it's insane. Like, obviously players like Sevic pull it up from LATAM South, rank 3. We have a ton of LATAM players that are, pretty nuts. Pie Hat over there, I believe it went like week 1, he was ranked like 12, rank number 9 right now. So just unbelievable players that we found ourselves in there, plus 10 that made it to the Defender Cup. And so it was just really funny to look at that and see that like the ACL is harder to compete in week 1 than even the North American, Worlds tournament.
I genuinely consider like ACL was like a baby Worlds in the sense of like there's these like top 10 players from all these different regions, but like obviously we don't have like Korean or Chinese players or Japanese players or anything like that, so we can't fully say that. But when you have so much of the top talent from every other region, it's kind of a crazy experience to be in.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Scipius is rank 8 in EU West right now. Like, they're everywhere. Top players are everywhere. It's crazy. It's nuts. So, Expired, I know you didn't read that, but what are your thoughts on that? Just like hearing it fresh that our lobbies were actually stronger. Does that shock you? Did you see that coming?
Yes and no. I'm surprised that I'm not. I think it's a good. I don't know. I don't want to be surprised by it because, like you mentioned, it's a regional diff. You have players from all over the world, and so there's a bigger sample size. But it definitely surprises me that Defender Cup lobbies were weak enough to be out-strengthened by this, which is a really good thing. It makes me excited for ACL, to be honest, and for me to play in it at some point.
For sure. Yeah, and I would argue that a lot of players, even in the ACL, don't realize how unbelievably competitive it is. And like how blessed we are at Aegis to have so many players from all regions that are coming together to play in this one, massive tournament. And I would love to see, Lawrence and I have talked about this in the background of how our ACL and our tournaments are breeding better players for these Worlds formats. And I truly believe it is.
Oh, huge agree. I think you take a necessary space in the ecosystem. I don't really see any other. I'm limited in my knowledge, obviously, but I don't really see any other organizations stepping in the same way. And I think that there was a vacuum before. So it's really important to have a space like this for AM and pro talent to compete consistently when it's not time for Defender Cup and Corrupted Cup and Worlds and so on.
Mm-hmm.
It's crucial.
It just really feels like a hyperbolic time chamber, in all honesty.
It does.
Like, without ACL, I'm pretty sure I'm hard stuck Grandmaster, but because of these players, like, I've talked to a lot of them, I've become friends with a lot of them, I've been elevated to the point where I can finally reach Challenger. So I think it's difficult. You can't understate how the influence of Aegis is as an organization, especially with the ability to pull in talent like Scipius, for example, to play in their leagues.
And it speaks volumes to say the worst player in the ACL right now is Ramen Blitz. By far the worst player. It's like, that feels pretty good.
That guy's garbage.
That guy sucks.
Great.
That guy's terrible.
I don't know why I let him VOD review me, man.
That Soupy Lightning guy, way better.
Soupy Lightning. I would take Soupy Lightning over Ramen Blitz any day. Like, if there was a draft, I'd pick him.
That's a given.
If there were a draft, he'd be too expensive.
No one could afford him.
No one could afford him.
Ooh. And shoot, I was doing things with the name and forgot to gotta get the money eyes again.
Cash money, baby.
Money eyes. I would love someday, somehow, if we have the time to put it together, to do fantasy draft for ACL, AML. I would freaking love that. There's so much that you have to put into that in order to make it work. But someday we'll be able to get that going. That
would excite me.
That's like another step.
I will say that a great addition to the broadcast was the whole prediction thing. Like, that's basically your baby fantasy draft.
Yep.
I feel like the predictions are very cool, very funny.
I love the predictions, especially because when predictions first rolled out, I didn't know exactly how we were going to do them. We didn't know like what categories we were going to do. We knew we were going to do them. We just hadn't picked the categories yet. And Lawrence on his own picked the categories, which you can kind of tell because he gave himself his own category. So I'm just waiting for Lawrence to get destroyed. I need him to lose. Yeah, I thought it was funny because when he sent it to me, he's like, "Here are the categories." I'm like, "What the heck? How did you get your own category?" I'm like, "Where's the intern category?" Interns don't even get a category. I don't know why, but rude, man.
My boy Honey Bear needs his own category. I'll say it right now. I will protest. I will not play next week in ACL.
Petition. Oh, I don't know if I can. I can't commit that much. I don't know. Hold on. I'm not down.
I'd be at the bottom. I gotta find a good face. Let's go Shocked. Shocked will be good for right now. Yeah. Speaking of which, moving on. But is there anything else you guys want to shout out? ACL, Anybody you guys wanna bring up?
Seth, I'm really surprised to see him butt-2ing right now, and I think it's just because I'm pretty sure week 2 he auto 8th 4. But I would think it would be a pretty cool comeback story, and I know he's got it the potential if he decides to play the set. I don't know if he's taking a break or not, but I could see him making it to playoffs from 22 points on end of week 2.
Good. Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't think that would be a huge shocker. I think they're a great player, but yeah, RIP Seth.
Bring it back, man.
Will he bring it back?
I
Blitz,
hope
you,
so.
Drag him back otherwise.
Blitz, you play with him, right?
I think I was in a lobby with him.
You making a comeback?
I mean, Seth Kai was a great player. I would not be surprised in the slightest.
Yes. Are we rooting for the team ambition, guys? I got a soft spot for him.
I think it's really cool.
Okay, Team Ambition skip. Yeah, okay, that's easy.
It's really cool that TA stepped up and got all these guys entry fees. And I have obviously different context or a different background, right? Because I owned Orcs for 8 years. So I think it's a good move for them and must make sense financially to have their name on so many different players. And I would like to see that relationship develop further than an entry fee. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I think
At
it's
some
awesome.
point.
I've personally been a proprietor. I really would love more teams to step up. I love the team ambition stepping up. I love Mad Kings, stepping up in LATAM. I think that's awesome. I would, again, love to see as many teams as possible step up, get some money into these teams' or these players' pocket. I think it's so important. I'm an LCS guy. I love watching the LCS. I watch every single match of the LCS. I'm addicted to it. I just love it. Like, that is my sport now. Like, if I'm, watching a sport, like, I'm watching LCS if I can. Obviously TFT, whenever it's on, but it's not like a big weekly thing besides the fact that I am producing the weekly. But besides that, like, sitting down on my couch on my own, I'll be watching the LCS. And I want to know where some of these teams are. Like, where is Dignitas? Like, why don't they have players? Like, where is, anybody? Name an LCS team. Where the heck are they? We have C9
Cloud9,
Soju.
I'm Orgless.
Soju.
Where's
TSM.
everyone else? Where's all the other C9 players? Like,
I mean, I can. I honestly, I have a tangent on this. If you've got time for it,
run the tangent. I'm ready for it.
That's kind of a bombshell too. I really shouldn't be talking about it on broadcast. I'm going to.
Okay,
anyway.
don't talk about it, Rocket.
No. I'm gonna. It's no. It's within my control. It's within my control. I get to decide.
I'll be the
that.
devil on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Do it.
Wait, what face do I need? Is it an angry face? Is it an angry?
It's a cash money face, actually.
Cash money.
Yeah, this is a good tangent. So, the past few months, as I've become more incorporated into different TFT communities within Aegis and niche communities like Summer Camp, for example, and just kind of these different circles of people, I've also been trying to assess the other part of my brain and focus on that, where it's like, okay, I'm thinking about all of these individual players as talent, and I'm thinking about it as an org owner. It's like, okay, how much do I pay them? How much do I get back? What am I getting out of that relationship? What are they getting out of that relationship? And I got to the point where, so for context, I'm tentatively maybe seeking funding for an org that starts up this year, but only if I get the capital raise done. Because there's been interest expressed to me in VC and a couple of my friends that are in those kinds of circles, and they've said, hey, why don't you take this sack of money and go run an esports org again? And I said, well, that's a pretty good idea. I'll put together a deck and send it to you. So I did that, and now it's just kind of a back and forth. But thinking about the value proposition, I think that there's a lot that orgs are missing out on for very cheap.
Yes.
Because I'm sitting here looking at these top 20, top 50, top 60 players, and I'm just kind of wondering, even from a value of an org perspective, is like, okay, you can get this talent for really cheap right now. And you can lock that in at even a fair rate to the player for a year.
Yes.
And TFT Esports in a year looks a lot different than it does 6 months ago in terms of how developed the landscape is. I think Aegis is a big part of that. Not to toot your horn too much, but having this space.
No, go ahead.
where
Toot our horn.
players
Keep going.
Yeah, having the
Keep going,
space
yeah.
with high production value that is continuing to improve that I've seen firsthand since I've become a part of the community back in November. Right, I've seen leaps and bounds of improvement, and to me, I just feel like a lot of orgs are really behind the frog on this one because they're not seeing the value, and I think it's because they're not looking. Because anyone that has worked in talent scouting for any amount of time in esports should be able to very easily and clearly see the value that throw a dart on the board at ACL, throw a dart on the top 24 board of a previous AML set, right? Like, all these players are going to provide really good value as long as you're setting the correct expectations in their contract and having them stream X amount of hours and paying them X amount of dollars a month. That number is not high. And it's really easy to get your name in front of their name, or get their org name in front of these players' names.
True.
So,
And it's they're
just
playing
I don't
ridiculous
know.
amounts of solo queue, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
but like not only that, but even if you don't see returns now, which is possible and probable, but if you believe TFT is going to continue as an esport, which I think it is, Riot is double downing on it. It looks like it's going to keep improving and getting better. They are getting more staff, getting more positions. Lawrence is working on the broadcast right now, which is why he's not here. Replaced him with Ramen Blitz. And then Expired, you're technically the guest with how I did it. So Ramen Blitz is the co-host, you're the guest. Sorry. But like
My podcast now.
he's out there. Boyses is out there. They are in key positions at, working with Giant Slayer right now to put on the broadcast. And it's like these positions are continually improving for TFT esports. You see more players trying to get into TFT esports. You see better casters working their way into TFT esports. You even see, like, we have world's caliber casters on our staff that are working to improve TFT esports. Counterfeit literally did the world championship and then casted ACL. Like
It's lit.
he literally did the world championship. Like, you can't get higher than that. And it's like all these people are trying as hard as they possibly. Protroid, I can't not shout out Protroid. Is trying as hard as he possibly can to improve TFT esports. And it's like, if you see that on the inside, you know it's not going to die. And there is great opportunity for these players that are in desperate need for even a little bit of funding. Even a minute amount of funding, they're in desperate need for it. So, like, why the heck not? Like, if I'm looking at it, if I saw the Defender Cup and I had an esports org, like, I am calling Pitsy right now. Like, I'm not waiting. I don't care about half sets. I don't care when. Like, I'm calling him right now. Like, I'm DMing him while he's playing, hoping that he will respond to me as soon as he opens Discord. Like,
I've got the soundbite
please.
to emphasize, right? Even if you have zero belief that TFT Esports is anything more than exactly what it is at face value right now, the value proposition is still insanely high for any org.
Correct.
Tier 3 or Tier 1 or anything in between, it does not matter. You can capitalize on it very easily for a very small amount of money. And it's kind of annoying to see that orgs are just passing up on this, and to the point where I'm like, maybe I just start a new org and do it myself, right? Like, it would be so cheap that I could do it very easy. So that's the soundbite, is that even if it's face value right now, no belief, no hopium, no copium, no looking at anything past the roadmap, it's still a good value proposition right now.
Ramen Blitz, any thoughts?
I have to imagine a decent portion of the people in day 4 of Defenders Cup have never even been approached by an org once yet. And that's just so much free real estate, right?
Yeah.
How do you think I feel?
I don't want to throw out any names, but being like on the inside, there is talent in North America and on the EU side of things. Talent meaning casters, analysts, etc. that don't even know some of these players. Have never spoken with them, have never researched them, know literally nothing unless their name falls into the stream lobby have no clue who these players are, and that is mind-boggling to me. Now, in their defense, they don't need to. Like, there's not a need for that. You can not know these players, and you're fine, because you can still storyline players that you know, and that's extremely important to storyline. To have good storylines, the storyline players that you know. But I would be willing to argue somebody like Pitsy. I have no idea who the casters are right now, but some of the casters probably have no idea who that player is. Never spoken with them, never DM'd them, no clue who they are. And that's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
I'm just saying that 5 of the top 8 ACL players right now are free agents. I don't know. There might be
You don't
something
have to tell
there.
me twice, Ramen. I'm trying.
Call them! Speaking of which, it looks like we are in Game 5 for that, so hopefully people are watching that and cheering them on. Make sure you pop into their stream, Pitsy's stream. They have to stream this event, so I know they're streaming. Don't know what their stream is, but pop into it and check them out. I hope they find their way to the final lobby. But anyways, final thoughts. Moving on to awards. Yeah. On to awards. Now, I didn't prep you guys for this, so you're gonna be on the spot a little bit. High roll and low roll of the week is what it is. It can be TFT related. It can be anything related. High roll, low roll of the week. Did anybody prep it?
Yeah.
Oh, expired. Hit me. What's the high roll of the week, man?
Oh, well, I was going to start with low roll, to be honest.
What's the low roll of the week, man?
AT&T.
Got him.
Yeah, it's just low roll of the week, AT&T. And my high roll of the week is moving at the end of the month.
Let's go. Same state, right?
Yeah, same city, same state, everything. Just finding the next place and getting into a smaller place, and it'll be cheaper and nicer, and looking forward to it.
Big feels good, man. I'll go to give a little bit of time to Ramen if you didn't have one. But my low roll, Lawrence. How dare he leave me during this week? Like, what the heck was he thinking? Sure, I told him he could go, but just what a jerk for leaving us high and dry, going on to Giant Slayer or something for the World's event.
Clearly not invested in Aegis.
Clearly not invested. No
These two
excuses.
hooligans.
Yeah, greatly disappointed in that man. So, high roll is the casters this weekend. I thought they crushed it. I think the cast has been amazing lately. I'm really proud of them putting it together and continuing to improve, as well as joining us for this set. I've said it before. Last set, it was tough trying to find people to get in to cast, and now we have an entire staff. And it's just been really cool to watch those guys grow, watch them continue to improve, and hopefully get to see them not only stay here but move on to bigger and better things if opportunities reach them. I'm really excited for it. So those guys are my high roll. Ramen, pressure's on, man. High roll, low roll.
I'm in the TFT mindset right now because of ACL. I'm very locked in, so my high roll and low roll are both TFT related.
Love it.
My high roll is probably just my week 1 performance here in ACL. Like, that's just really cool.
Yeah.
I was on a high after that. Like, that was But the low roll was the day after I tanked in solo queue. And not just me, the entire summer camp gang is tanking in solo queue. Me, Jesus Timo, Shy Guy, we are down bad right now. So
You freaking love to see it. I mean, you hate to see it and you love to see it.
yeah. There's highs and there's lows, and it is what it is, but we'll get back there hopefully. Corruption Cup, right?
Big Bro Keen's hit 1,000 though. Was he taking all your LP?
Yeah. Oh, I think he dropped back down is the thing.
Oh, no.
He's at 937 right now.
Oh, he's
doing
back
okay.
then. I think yesterday when I last checked, he was 850.
Okay.
So it's a bit of bouncing, but he's coming back up. I have no doubt that Keen's is going to be like top 32 come Corruption Cup.
Yeah, it does look like today he dropped to 813. So
Oh.
he said, well, he's down to 813, but now he's up. He's right now 937. Calling it good. He's looking fresh. Big shout out to Keynes there. Over
I'm
as
sure
well.
it's fine.
Nah, surely he's gonna do well. Yeah, I think Corruption Cup is gonna be pretty insane. I hope a lot of people push for it. I know I don't get a lot of opportunities to shout out CLE, but I think CLE is a really freaking good player, and I really hope he has an opportunity and time frame to where he can push for one of these cups. I know he really wants to, so I hope he can. He can't put in as much games as a lot of other people can, but holy cow, he's pretty cracked. So
Yeah, I've backseated some of these CLE games. He's pretty good.
pretty dang good. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely like, I'm not the greatest player, but I can see some flaws, and I think he has noticeable flaws in his gameplay, but I think those noticeable flaws are easy to fix with, time in the game, which time in the game is his biggest struggle. So hopefully he can get some time in the game and fix a little bit of those flaws. But yeah, CLE is one I'm looking for. I hope he makes it to it.
Agree.
One of the last ones here. Question and answers. I'm not sure. I have not actually been watching chat. I don't know if we got any questions coming through. Was there anything through? This is a great opportunity. Was there anything through the week that you guys wanted to talk about in this quick last section, or anything you noticed? You're like, man, I wanted to bring this up as like a question to pose. If not, we're at an hour 16, so it's great time to call it too.
Except maybe that you guys should, for your YouTube stream, maybe apply to truffle.tv, because that's a YouTube extension that makes YouTube streams really nice, and maybe you guys could maybe just improve the quality of it.
Send me a link.
Sure.
Yeah.
I have one question.
Go.
Ramen, is that a Raising Cane's t-shirt?
Oh yeah, you know me. I gotta rep my alma mater, Raising Cane's El Segundo.
First, okay, I see you. That sauce is too good.
Honestly, I haven't been there in literally a year, but I have the shirt, and it's very hyped to have.
When are you coming down here to go to Cane's, dog?
Specifically to go to Cane's?
Yeah, just to go to Cane's with me.
No, I won't even meet you. I'll just go to the Cane's down there.
Just the Cane's down here.
We'll figure it out. Surely I'll have money at some point.
Me too, man.
Here's a question: should players looking to be sponsored by an OR reach out to them? I'm gonna leave this question to expired.
Like the player reaching out to the org?
Yeah.
I think given the lack of visibility, apparently, it wouldn't hurt. This is an open invitation to basically everyone in TFT that even if you don't know me, like, I'm here to help. So pitch yourself the same way that I would pitch to you as an org owner, right? I'm trying to sell you on the org. You're trying to sell yourself as a player to the org. It works both ways really well. So yeah, reach out. Don't maybe aim for the biggest name you could think of first. Would be my advice. There are a lot of tier 2 orgs out there that have enough budget to pay you well. And tier 1 orgs tend to have a lack of time in general to even see your request. So it's hard to, it's good to keep motivation high, I think. Take your wins where you can get them, for sure.
Do you think there are a lot of good opportunities if you find your way into a tier 2 org to move up to a tier 1 org and possibly get that paycheck?
That is how you move up, in my opinion, because the value you provide as a player is not to sit and do 150 games a week off stream. The player as a value, wow, I can't talk today. As a player, the value that you are providing to the org is a means of competitive pedigree as well as content. And that second one is the one that is a more direct monetization of you. That's why it's important to sell yourself. And you can work your way up the ladder. Just make sure you're not getting ripped off by orgs. Always bring a real contract to a lawyer if you can afford it. If not, someone like me who has a lot of goodwill in the community, or wants goodwill in the community, right? Like, I feel like everyone in the community has done so much for me as a player that I'm happy to repay that by looking over a contract. You don't want to be locked into something that's predatory. So don't feel desperate. You're just as valuable unsigned as you are signed, if not more.
And we actually do have some lawyers in the Discord. So, fun fact, So if you ever need help, feel free. Just start talking about it in the Discord. Obviously, don't share personal information. But if that's something you need, reach out into the Discord, and I would almost guarantee one of the lawyers we have in the Discord might reach out to you. So I don't want to like drop any names to be like, go to this person, like go to this list, because they probably don't want that. But there is always help, and this community is ridiculously good at almost everything you could possibly think of. If you need a professional in some area of esports, I guarantee you we have a connection. So feel free to reach out.
I'll be reaching out.
Yeah, quite crazy. Yeah, I hope that answers that question. Yeah, I think the whole org conversation is a super fun conversation to have. The one that I'm actually extremely passionate about with the current world's format for TFT. I know we won't dive into format. I want to talk to Lawrence and Boyses about that because those guys are the format kings. But yeah, I would love to see a team-based format at some point in the World Championship. I think that would be awesome. And hopefully
Super
get some money
interesting.
in the players' pockets.
That'd be so cool.
It would be something. Anything else you guys want to bring up or slide into outro?
I got none.
Outro it is. Ramen, what do you want to shout out, man?
Shout out to my Twitch, twitch.tv/Ramen Blitz. I don't stream. I only stream ACL. So there you go.
Follow the stream. Expired?
Follow me on TikTok, of Twitch, everywhere. Expired SC.
Isn't it ASU expired? Or is it? It's
That's
not
my.
ASU
That's just my
expired?
summer name. I work at ASU at their league program,
Okay.
so I have the league summer name as ASU expired. But all my socials are expired SC, like StarCraft.
Expired StarCraft. Yeah. Shout out to all things Aegis. You guys know where to find us. Thanks so much for hanging out with us on the YouTube channel and supporting us in the change from the Twitches. But thanks so much, everybody. We will see you guys next Sunday. Lawrence will probably be back. If not, make sure you spam him, message him and everything. The more hurtful, the better. So make sure you guys spam that in his DMs. He's not here to defend himself, so get after it. Let him know. Don't tell him I sent you. But you guys have a great rest of your night. We'll see you guys next weekend, same time. Have a great one, guys. Peace out, everybody.